Two of the hottest hitters in the game take the field tonight in Houston. Alfonso Soriano and the first-place Cubs invade Minute Maid Park to take on Lance Berkman and the Astros. Next on Monday Night Baseball. And we welcome you to Houston. Roof is closed, 90-degree plus day out there. A little more comfortable inside. The Cubs off to their best start since 1985. And Houston, well, they've got Lance Berkman. They have the best record in Major League Baseball in May. They are 12-4 this month. Welcome, everybody. Monday Night Baseball. I'm Gary Thorne. Steve Phillips, Orel Hershiser here. We talk about Lance Berkman. Do not touch too closely because you will erupt in flame if you do.
Well, for the longest time, the Astros belonged to Jeff Bagwell and Craig Biggio, but it's clear this is now Lance Berkman's team. We see the 17-game hitting streak. He's on fire from both sides of the plate right now. This 32-year-old switch hitter is just crushing the ball. Extra base hits, 33 extra base hits, and 65 hits so far this season. You look at the numbers there. He's an early season candidate for the National League Most Valuable Player, and also the potential exists for the first time in 71 years to have a Triple Crown winner in the National League. In his 17-game hitting streak, they're 12-5. The offense is turning into wins.
We are going to tell you just how hot he is because it's been a long time. Mickey Mantle's name's going to come up when we talk about that for the Cubs. Orel, at the top of the order, Alfonso Soriano. They were concerned at the beginning of the season. They aren't concerned anymore.
Well, off to a very slow start at the beginning of this year. Actually had an injury to his calf, went on the DL April 16th, but hot now. A streaky hitter, but it is a hot streak right now. Third all-time at leading off a game with a home run. He has 47. That's behind the Astros' Craig Biggio and Ricky Henderson. But two of those home runs came on Friday. A notorious bad ball hitter. The key for Soriano right now, the reason he's hot, he's swinging at strikes. And two more on Saturday. You see that high fastball? He is one guy that is a notorious low ball hitter that can hit the high fastball, and Soriano is hot, and so are the Cubs, Gary.
Well, you saw those home runs were coming at Wrigley. We'll tote you some numbers there. They'll tell you the Cubs at home, friendly confines so far this year. We'll see how they do on the road. You don't want to be pitching against these lineups. So, Ted Lilly, good luck. Last 5 starts, pretty darn solid numbers. This man was a long reliever to start the year. Third start of the season. Brian Moeller, baseball coming up.
Prepare yourself for an event so big, we couldn't fit it inside. Nissan's tent event. Get the best deals now on stylish sedans, powerful trucks, and durable SUVs. Get $1,500 Nissan cash back on Sentra and $199 a month for the 5-star safety-rated Altima. Your new Nissan will last and last, but event savings won't. Tents come down June 2nd.
Boy, chili cheese cone is only 99 cents.
99
It's a
cents.
good deal, huh?
Definitely getting that. Say hello to my little friend, George Washington.
Oh, nice. Nice. You gonna pay?
Nope, just wanted you to say hi. So,
great.
George, this is Pete. I've been telling you about. Now, get back in there.
I'd love to see you again.
99-cent regular chili cheese coney. Now at Sonic. A hearty dose of Sonic deliciousness for just 99 cents. And stop in for happy hour. Half-price fountain drinks and slushes every day from 2 to 4 p.m.
Come on, guys. Your dad's at the airport. See you. Good game. See you guys tomorrow. Dylan, you need a ride? No, my dad should be here.
Every day, millions of people choose to do the right thing. There's an insurance company that does that too. Responsibility. What's your policy? Liberty Mutual Insurance.
unassuming word that holds so much meaning. The moment you add with, a bond is created. I'm with child. She's with me. We're with the band. Our financial advisors champion with, because we're fully invested in your success. Search for those who value with. We did. A.G. Edwards is now with Wachovia Securities. Let's see what with can do for you.
During the season, I watched Harris become an all-around team player.
Wright puts his team first, so I put my team first.
At first, Harris wasn't part of a team. Now she's the heart of it.
Wright's an awesome player. He'll even catch the ball with his bare hands.
Major League Baseball supports the Boys and Girls Clubs of America. Here, kids learn values like teamwork.
Of course it's about the team, but I did have 5 home runs and 45 base hits.
Major League Baseball and the Boys and Girls Clubs of America. Together, we create a positive place for kids.
ESPN Monday Night Baseball, brought to you by Nissan, who invites you to shift the way you move through the world. Sonic, it's not just good, it's Sonic good. And Liberty Mutual Insurance, responsibility, what's your policy?
Beautiful sunset taking place outside with the roof closed here at Minute Maid Park as we get set to go with the Cubs and the Astros, a battle of the Central Division. Chicago leading St. Louis by 2 and Houston by 2.5 games starting today's play. Look at the offense of this Cubs team under Lou Piniella. They are first in the National League average in on-base percentage and in runs per game. That's a lot of runs. Let's take a look at the starting lineup that the Cubs will have, presented by Jack Daniels. It'll be Soriano, Terrio, Lee, Ramirez, Fukudome, Soto, the newest Cub, Jim Edmonds, DeRosa, and Lilly. Fukudome, the on-base percentage, that is 8th best. Just the kind of numbers you want to see to get some runs in from their other big bangers.
Well, on the mound tonight, Brian Moeller kind of filling in for the Astros. Only his 3rd start this year. He's 1-0, but kind of a journeyman pitcher with typical big league stuff, fastball, curveball, sliders, trying to bring along a change. But Wandy Rodriguez out on rehab right now, coming back from the DL. Will be ready in a little bit. We'll see if Moeller can keep his place in the rotation for the Astros.
Well, the Houston Astros defensively got off to a great start this season. They've struggled a little bit lately, but one guy covering a lot of ground, Michael Bourne, the center fielder, 4 outfield assists so far this year, picked up in the Brad Lidge deal with the Philadelphia Phillies. They love his speed. He's on top of the lineup and covering a lot of ground in center field.
Both of these teams get to meet one another at a most opportune time as you take a look at Bourne, because both are playing some of their best baseball early in the season. As the Chicago Cubs, they're getting it done in about every way possible, and he is one young, exciting player.
Well, he can really run. Here's the play made at Dodger Stadium, covering a lot of ground, going out to center field. You cannot have fear going to the wall, and he keeps his eye on the ball all the way. That's a tough catch as he overruns it a little bit. He has exceptional speed, and what that allows him to do is make up for misjudgments and mistakes at times in the outfield. He can fly.
Cubs have won 8 of their last 10, coming off a homestand with that record, while Houston comes back home with a marvelous 7-3 road trip. The Cubs have a 2-1 edge in the season series. They met in the opening series at Wrigley Field in Chicago. Alfonso Soriano, a 9-game hit streak, as the 36-year-old right-hander Brian Moeller gets ready to go, and we are underway. First ball hitting takes that to right field, right into the sun. Pence is there. He's got it. Soriano's retired on 1 pitch.
Retired very quickly. That's one of the infuriating things about Alfonso Soriano, swinging at the first pitch as a leadoff hitter, but the power in the potent bat sometimes wants to leave his shoulder very quickly.
Not going to wait around very long at the plate if he sees what he thinks he can get. With the roof closed, you'll notice a lot of shadows and the sun shining in. Right field is going to be the sun field, if you will, even with the roof on, as it's still coming in pretty good. A lot of shadows, obviously, all over the field, but right now not around home plate. A slight shadow in front with the sun still shining right in front of the pitcher, Orel. Don't know if that'll make a difference or not.
You'd love to pitch in this kind of light. Anytime the hitters are going to have a tough time seeing, you have to take advantage of it because you know the opposing pitcher will.
Brian Terrio playing at shortstop. A couple of hits and 11 at-bats in the first series these two teams played. Moeller's delivery to him is a fastball in there. It's 92 degrees outside. now. It was well up into the 90s, 73 inside. That's why the roof is closed. Earlier this afternoon on the field, it was 103 degrees when the roof was open. Terrio will take that one down the right field line and into the seats, foul ball.
You know, we're interested to talk about the shadows on the field and the difficulty for the hitters possibly seeing the ball. Well, when that's the case, you'd like your leadoff hitter maybe to look at a few pitches to be able to come back into the dugout and say, hey, this is what it's like. Well, Soriano swung at the first pitch. Now, Ryan Terrio, much more patience, much better on base percentage this year, 410 on base. You saw him take the first 2 pitches before swinging at the third pitch.
He's another hot hitter in the lineup. That shatters the bat to first base. Berkman will make the underhanded toss. Moeller gets over there to cover. And the 9,272nd shattered bat, Maple, by designation.
A little check swing. It was a slider away. Hits off the end of the bat. I don't know if that bat was cupped or not, but you'll see bats shattered like that if they're cupped on the end a lot of times. Terry out easily. 3-1.
Couple of quick outs here. That's the way Moeller would like to start it. They can get 5 innings out of Moeller as a starter. They'll probably consider it well done. That's what he's done in the last 2 games in which he has been a starter. And the pitch will back him off speed delivery. Derek Lee. Lee did some numbers against this Houston team in Chicago. He went 7 for 11 with 2 home runs in the first series of the season against Houston pitching. And he too off to a big time start with the numbers you saw. Moeller's delivery to him pulled it back a little bit. 1-1.
Yeah, the first pitch he tried to throw him a curveball. He hung it, and there he came back with that same little slider that he threw Terrio and got the ground ball with.
Pretty good movement on his pitches.
So far, so good.
On,
Keep that ball down. He's not an overpowering pitcher, so it's about location.
Lee delivered to Lee, and he got him on a pitch away to swing 1-2.
Derek Lee's patience has not really been there, kind of pulling off the ball. He swung and pulled off the first pitch that was really over the heart of the plate, and then they go with the breaking ball away, reaching for the slider out of there. And you think about how is it for the hitter to be able to see the pitch. Well, you know what? You lose it a little bit there, coming out of the hand and out of the sun.
The delivery to him, a strike on the inside. Kohler. Moeller has a 1-2-3 inning. Derek Lee continues his 0 for. He's 0 for his last 13. No score. Astros lineup when we come back.
We gave the C-Class high-strength steel reinforcements. Improved aerodynamics, top and bottom. And 100 years of racing heritage only we can provide. You may not see all that went into making the C-Class, but you will feel it. See your authorized Mercedes-Benz dealer for a special lease offer through Mercedes-Benz Financial.
Well, boys, someone hasn't been paying attention. I want you to do something for me. Do you know what I want? Oh, you've been asked before. Told that the cops are cracking down, giving tickets day and night. But I'm asking you nicely. I want you to buckle up.
Drive without a seatbelt on, and you will be ticketed. Click it or ticket.
Click it or ticket, fellows. Are you listening?
Continues. In theaters, Indy is back. But on the court, the quest for the NBA championship is now.
Get on!
Fearless rivals clash.
Put your hands down, you're embarrassing us.
Prepare to be amazed.
Faster! Move!
Indiana Jones, in theaters May 22nd. The NBA Eastern Conference Finals, now playing on ESPN and ABC.
Cecil Cooper, former player, a lot of years at Milwaukee, first full season on the bench for this Houston team. And let's take a look at the starting lineup he's got, brought to you by Jack Daniels. It will be Bourne, Matsui, Tejada, Berkman, Lee, Pence, Wigginton, Osmus, and Moeller. Miguel Tejada. How can you be overlooked? Well, it's because the guy named Berkman sitting even better. But those are great numbers.
They're going to be facing that lineup. Ted Lilly on the mound today. This young man is hot. 15-8 last year. Last 2 games struck out in double digits, 10 and 11. But the key right now for him is the breaking ball has been sharp, and when the right-handers are up there, he's been pounding them in very well.
Michael Bourne will stand in against the 32-year-old left-hander of the Cubs, and his first pitch is inside for a ball. This Houston team has gone 7-4 against left-handed starters, but they are hitting .304 off left-handed pitching this year. Pretty good number. And got him to swing at one that was up and away, and he's behind quickly going at one that almost got the chin.
Now Bourne, known for his speed, not for his power. Outfielders playing fairly shallow, trying to take away that flare over the infielder's head.
Left-hander's delivery to him will be fouled back into the screen. And a 1-ball, 2-strike count on Bourne, trying to get out of 0 for 16 that he had in the first series against the Cubs. One of the few not to get a hit in that series for the Astros. Left-hander's 1-2 delivery, and Bourne will take it. An off-speed delivery. It's going to miss up high.
I don't think we can overemphasize enough how tough it is to see with this lighting here. You cannot recognize the spin. You see the ball go from light to dark, but the hardest thing for the hitter, they need to try and pick up rotation. You pick up the original flight of the ball to the pitcher's hand, but after that, to see what it's going to do after that, it's very hard.
2-2 delivery, grounded towards second base. Rosas up with that, makes the quick throw over, and Bourne is retired. One away here in the first inning.
And take a look at the Chicago Cubs defensively, a very strong defensive team. And in center field, a new guy, but it's an old guy, Jim Edmonds, former St. Louis Cardinal, released from the San Diego Padres earlier this season, picked up by the Cubs on a low-risk opportunity to see what he can do. We know he can play defense. I think the bigger question is, can he still swing the bat?
And they're going to find out by getting him in the lineup. According to Lou Piniella before the game today, said, we're going to give Edmonds playing time. I want to see. I want to know. And the only way he said you're going to find that out is put him in there. So he is in. Kaz Matsui playing at second base, switch hitter. He will take that one for a strike. Matsui's been a very big plus to this team. He's hit in 8 of the last 9 at a .361 clip. 8 walks, 8 runs scored in the last 9 games, and a great .291 average. Matsui will take the off-speed pitch away, and it'll go 1-1.
Now let me ask you, Orel, with the shadows like they are as a pitcher, would you be more inclined to throw your breaking ball to a hitter?
Well, I would, but I don't only use it for a put-away pitch because I don't want to show all my bullets. My advantage right now is that I'm a mystery. It's new to the game. I'm new to the game, and it's hard for them to see me, so I don't want to give away my repertoire at a time when I have an advantage of the lighting. I'm going to wait to use the rest of my repertoire when they can actually see the ball.
2-ball, 1-strike count. Ted Lilly so far, other than that pitch, has been slower and slowest on his deliveries. You saw the Bourne's at bat way out in front of it. Real tough to pick up the timing, especially when you can't see it. 3-1 delivery on the way to Matsui, and he'll take it up high, and there's another walk for him.
Well, that's an incredible sin right there for Lilly to not throw strikes with the advantage of the lighting right now. And it almost looked like he was pushing the ball up there and guiding it.
79-mile-per-hour 3-1 pitch. So it was like a cutter or something like that. I mean, why would he go fastball on this light, go right after at Matsui? You don't want to walk him and come up with Tejada and Berkman coming up next. You want to try to make him put it in play.
Probably the best middle of the order going on in baseball right now with Miguel Tejada, Berkman, and Carlos Lee. I mean, this is a ferocious threesome. And Miguel Tejada, as we said, actually gets overlooked for all he's done. He will take the pitch up high, coming over from the Baltimore Orioles. A new life. You talk to the people around this ball club, and they say he's playing a great shortstop for him, that any concerns they had about his ability to get the balls or at range and arm, no problem at all so far as the Astros are concerned, and certainly no problem with the numbers. Little toss over, not a big lead.
Now trying to keep Matsui close. He's stolen 9 out of 10 bases so far this year. And you know, he was on the disabled list. When he came back, he re-energized this club, getting on base, stealing bases. Defensively, he's made such a difference for them as well. And it'll be interesting to see because he is in scoring position with Tejada at the plate, whether he's going to be running or not.
This Houston team leads in stolen bases in the league. Popped up to second base by Tejada, and they certainly are not getting good swings. First 3 hitters here on Lilly early in the ball game. Here comes Berkman. Listen to the hand. We had all night. We could tell you about his numbers. It's just every part of his game right now is absolutely phenomenal. Even the outs are hard, but he's just tagging everything as he comes in with this 19-game hit streak. Switch hitter Lilly got it into him. That'll be fouled straight back. Two down, runner on at first base.
Now, Hershiser, you're ducking.
Well, I was checking out Berkman's swing. He's so hot, I'm really concentrating on him. I see he fouls the ball, but I kept staying on him, and then I'm seeing all the people up here around us kind of reaching for the ball.
It's the light.
I'm embarrassed.
It was the ball coming out of the light.
Just say it was the light.
All the fans are looking up here. They all saw you duck.
No, but it was a reflection off your hair, too.
0-1 count on Berkman.
That was a pretty good comeback right there.
Very good.
I gotta say, that was pretty good.
Berkman hitting .463 off left-handers. Yet one more of the big numbers that he has coming into this ball game. He's got a runner on at first base. 1 for 8 lifetime off Ted Lilly. Short lead has Matsui. Lilly's pitch, big cut, fouled straight back, gets ahead of him here, 0-2.
There's so many different ways to break up what Berkman's numbers are. He went 19 for 25 at some point during this hot streak. He and Albert Pujols are the only two hitters that have ever done that in the last 50 years. He went 31 for 50. He and Pete Rose are the only two hitters that have done that since 1957. I mean, it's just astounding what he has done for as long as he's done it.
And you probably want Matsui right there at first base. You don't want Berkman to be pitched around. How about we told you we'd put Mickey Mantle's name in with him. The last player before Berkman with a .398 batting average, 16 home runs, and 44 RBIs in 44 games, 1956 was Mickey Mantle, more than 40 years ago. That's how hot Berkman is. Pitch is taken up high in a 1-ball, 2-strike count. Mickey in 1956 in the first 44 games hit .421. He had 20 home runs and 50 RBIs. Berkman, the .399, 16 homers and just under the RBIs that the Mick had. And that was Mantle's Triple Crown year. Is Berkman going to get one? And we'll talk about that as we go on in this game tonight. 1-ball, 2-strike count. Berkman will foul that one off back into the seats.
You know, a situation here with Berkman as hot as he is, I might run Kaz Matsui. You have 2 outs. Berkman's seeing some pitches, but he has 2 strikes on him. The shadows aren't good. I might try to run Matsui, get him in scoring position, and take a chance that Berkman can get a base hit. And if not, Matsui's thrown out, then Berkman leads off with better lighting.
The delivery to him is a chopper toward shortstop. Terrio will make the easy flip to DeRosa. They get the force out. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 left on base. Monday Night Baseball from Houston. We've completed 1. Cubs and Astros. No score.
The winner of Europe's SUV of the year with 200 turbocharged horses. You done? The all-new Volkswagen Tiguan. But Europe's SUV of the year? You're so compact, you're practically my size.
Europeans are crazy.
Technically, I'm European.
Exactly.
Woo! Wait, I had a clever comeback.
Our world-famous barbecue burger is one of our most craveable burgers, which is why we put up these red ropes. And the electric fence. And the plexiglass wall.
Insanely delicious gourmet burgers.
Red Robin. Yum.
At the end of a long, hot day, grab a beer with a taste as cold as the Rockies. Frost-brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
New on Disney DVD and Blu-ray high def.
Take a look at this.
This is a treasure map.
I need your help.
I'll drive.
We're an animal. God save the queen.
Voila.
This is the greatest treasure of all time.
It's a clue.
It's a cipher.
This is so cool!
Someone else is after the treasure.
Of course someone else is after the treasure. It's the axiom of treasure hunting.
National Treasure 2, Book of Secrets. Loaded on 2-disc Disney DVD and Blu-ray high def tomorrow.
We welcome you back to Houston. Hope you'll join ESPN Wednesday Night Baseball. The National League East rivalry. Jose Reyes, New York Mets taking on Chipper Jones, the Atlanta Braves. It's Wednesday Night Baseball, presented by Goodyear on ESPN at 7. After the game, stick around. Baseball tonight, presented by CDW at 10 Eastern. Log on for more at ESPN.com.
This looks like without beans. That looks like
Folks enjoying the ballpark. That looks pretty darn good.
Yeah,
Great seats. All the new ballparks. Minute Maid is still one of those, where they have all those kinds of restaurants, patio areas for fans to come and enjoy. Aramis Ramirez. He will take the first pitch for a strike. RBI man, over 100 of them, 5 of the last 7 years. And he's already started out with 27 RBIs and a .274 average this year. 3 for 11 lifetime off Brian Moeller. Moeller's pitch, that's going to be a base hit into right field. Right center, add to it. Bourne up, first hit of the ball game. What are we looking at here, Orel, between innings?
Well, pitchers and pitching coaches get together every once in a while. It doesn't look like Ted Lilly's too happy about something. Larry Rothschild's kind of encouraging him about something. Ted Lilly, a very competitive individual. And then he heads down the tunnel with looks like somebody from the medical staff. And I don't want to speculate, but I would say that the story right now is we need to watch.
See whether or not he comes back out. Fukudome up. Runner on at first base, and Moeller will come inside to him. Boy, look at the numbers that he has put up so far this season. These two lineups are just filled with big offensive numbers on the year, up and down the lineup. There's hardly anyone in either lineup that you would consider an easy out at this point. Fukudome will take that one falling away in a 2-0 count.
Okay, the thing about Fukudome is that, new to the team, new to the United States, but he has changed baseball in Chicago with the Chicago Cubs. He has made them, by his own patience at the plate, as he sees the 3rd most pitches per plate appearance in the National League. He has changed the dynamic of this Cubs offense. They are very patient.
Yosuke will take that one, and it is up high to him, and he's got a 3-0 count. Incredibly, for this Chicago Cubs team, with all the offensive numbers they have, one of them is they're second in walks in the league. What you're talking about, Steve.
And that's uncommon. I mean, they're a swinging team. Aramis Ramirez in first base. He has 27 walks already, at 43 last year.
That is in there, taken all the way. 3-ball, 1-strike count. You look at the base on balls, and these add up to runs, obviously. Cubs are second in that department. Only the Cardinals have more. This is in Major League Baseball now with the A's, Rangers, and Mets. Fukudome will take that one on the inside corner, and from a 3-0, it goes to a 3-2.
Well, when you have a living, breathing example of something that you're trying to preach as a coaching staff, Lou Piniella wants discipline. He wants ground out at bats like the Yankees of old when they won their championships, the blue-collar stars that work the count. A lot easier to coach and a lot easier to preach when the example is right there on your team. I remember coming up as a Dodger, it was easy for me to learn to keep the ball down. Had Jerry Royce and Bert Hooton and some really good pitchers that were like, there they are right there, Ron Peronowski, our pitching coach, would say. It wouldn't be like, the Atlanta Braves when Smoltz, Glavine, and Maddox were coming up and they're getting their ears pinned. They didn't have anybody there as an example. But it's great to have a veteran example that's producing.
Ramirez on at first base. 3-ball, 2-strike count for the second time. Runner goes. That's going to be scooped. Oh, mercy. Berkman with a play. Jim that one, Bubba, on a 3-2. I'm not sure he saw it, but he caught it.
That's a heck of a play. Should have seen it, huh? I mean, that's a BB. That ball comes off Fukudome's bat right there, and you've got shadows with the ball. Even at first base where he's coming off the base as the runner's starting to move, and just picks it with his backhand and realizes, you know what, I might have had a play at second base, but he's running. I'm just going to go get the out at first and then get my tongue out of my throat because I just swallowed my tongue on that play.
Exactly.
Not only does he hit, he fields.
So I think he was surprised the ball was in his glove.
I do too. I couldn't agree more on that. He has not committed an error this year over there at first base, just to add to the legend. And that, if that had gotten by him, that would not have been the first error. Now a runner in scoring position with one away. Giovanni Soto coming up, the catcher. Soto gets the RBI opportunity. He was the National League Rookie of the Month for the month of April. He will ground that one to short. Tejada deep in the hole, has plenty of time, and gets the out, and Ramirez has to stay at second base. And there are 2 down. Great view here at Minute Maid Park. It's a beautiful ballpark. Players generally across the board love playing here. They all say it's a great place to play.
It's a great place to play. It's very unique, and you have to get used to the idiosyncrasies. The little towel hill in center field is one of them, and the way the light comes through the roof. See the sloping there with the flagpole. Represents the Polo Grounds, I think, with a flagpole on the field.
A couple of people have actually had to run up that hill after baseballs, and that's no easy task. Here is Jim Edmonds. And on a check swing, he will foul that one back. Signed by the Cubs on Wednesday. Made his debut on Thursday against San Diego. 1 for 4. There's the hill we were talking about, and it is a hill. And it's very touch and go. If a ball gets back there in the air, the center fielder's really got to be careful because you lose all sense of equilibrium. Trying to watch a ball in the air and run uphill backwards at the same time.
Steve and I don't have to run up a hill to lose our equilibrium anymore.
I've seen that before, actually. 0-1 count. And the delivery is taken up high. 1 ball, 1 strike.
I'll tell you, with the hill in center field, I actually, quite honestly, think it's almost criminal to have it out there because you shouldn't have some sort of a ground rule in your ballpark that if somebody were to get hurt, and an outfielder can get hurt running up that hill and tear up his knee, and then at that point you'd say to yourself, should we do away with the hill? I think it's dangerous to have it out there, and I don't think there's any reason to have it in the ballpark myself.
That was Steve Phillips, ladies and gentlemen. Send all your emails directed to.
I mean, it's nice to have a hill, and it's kind of different, but what if somebody gets hurt? I mean, the first question you ask is, well, why do you have a stinking hill in center field? I don't know. I wouldn't want my center fielder tearing up his knee running up a hill in center field. You got a flagpole in play out there as well. I mean, it's nice to talk about, but somebody's going to get hurt at some point.
1 ball, 2 strikeout. Almost everybody likes this ballpark, though. A lot of people come here and really enjoy it. 1-2 delivery is going to be a wild pitch. That is going to move Ramirez over to third base. And Moeller gets himself into a bit of a jam with 2 down here as that one got away from Osmus.
A little breaking ball right here. He's trying to come back after a fastball in to spike it inside, but that ball is a ball completely out of his hand and then a wild pitch.
So now Edmonds gets an opportunity to get the Cubs on the board here. Edmonds has a .344 batting average with 5 home runs against Brian Moeller. He has just destroyed this right-hander in the course of his career. But is this the same Jim Edmonds? 2-2 delivery on the way. That one's going to be popped up left field, not deep. Lee, he's got it. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left on base. Mr. Lee will surrender the glove and find a bat when we get back.
You ready? Yeah.
Can I take your order, please?
Give me the beat. Yo. What's up, Stephanie? How you doing today? 89 cents is what we're gonna pay. Say hello to Bobby. He's in the back seat.
Steph, give me something big.
With a bunch of beef. 89 cent cheesy double beef burrito. Well, I pay more. That's big and cheap, yo. So here's what we do. I want 1. You want 1 too?
I forgot my wallet.
I gotta spot you?
Hey, you gotta spot me.
Whatever.
This is the jam.
You want? Should we come around?
Do pull up.
I'm going.
It's been an industry leader for generations. Born of a rich performance heritage. Equipped with breakthrough safety features. And wrapped in a classic, timeless look. We believe great cars take a vision not everyone shares. See your authorized Mercedes-Benz dealer for special offers through Mercedes-Benz Financial.
We should come up with a new Mike's Hard Lemonade.
Yeah, something for fat guys.
Presenting Mike's Hard Light Lemonade.
The world calls us small business owners.
But really, there's nothing small about us.
We have big ideas. We see huge potential.
We have enormous dedication.
We have larger-than-life expectations, which is why
we and millions of others use Visa Business.
Because we do business with a great big world.
And no other card.
No other card.
And no other card
is more accepted by it.
Visa Business, used for big ideas. Visit visa.com/smallbusiness.
And our Monday Night Baseball coming up. We'll have a chance to talk with you about a couple of managers who knew how to hit the baseball. They're in the dugouts here tonight. We'll take a look in Orel's report about how you hold that baseball to be effective. And a Triple Crown hunt. Yes, there's one on the baseball diamond, but there's another Triple Crown hunt underway as well. We'll cover that for you here on Monday Night Baseball. Great to have you with us. Gary Thorne, Orel Hershiser. Steve, I love the hill in center field, Phillips. The Astros all time against the Cubs, 337 to 289. They have the advantage. Lily's working for him out there, and Carlos Lee is at the plate.
Carlos Lee doing a nice job protecting Lance Berkman. Berkman sitting in the rocking chair between Tejada and Lee. With all that production in his sweet swing, this Houston lineup is dynamite.
Tremendous, as we said, middle of the lineup that you got to get through. 2-0 delivery. Lee will chop that one foul as it never got out of the batter's box, and neither did he. You can see how difficult it has been early on here, first time through the lineup for these hitters for Houston to try and tee up on Ted Lilly just to time it.
Well, the superlatives we're using about the hitters are not going to come through until about the 4th or 5th inning, probably because of this lighting.
Taking advantage of it, the left-hander comes over the top. He'll miss down low with that. 3-ball, 1-strike count. 3/4 over the top. He moves that around a little bit on the release point.
He's a high 3/4 guy.
And that's fouled back into the screen. That one got lined up a little bit.
He's showing an awful lot of respect to the Astros hitters, too, I think, early on here. I mean, to the advantage of the shadows, a lot of soft stuff, a lot of breaking balls, a lot of changeups in hitters' counts even, not really going after him aggressively with a fastball.
Lily's delivery, that'll be taken to right field down the line. It'll be in the sun field for Godomi to put it away and takes care of it. Time now for Sports Center. Right now we head back to the studio. John Saunders.
Well, Gary, the NBA Players Association is investigating whether or not Bill Duffy, Kelvin Andrews, or any other NBA player agent violated union regulations in response to an ESPN story alleging Duffy was trying to get mail. Meanwhile, Andy Roddick is out of the French Open because of a right shoulder injury. He says he hopes to be ready for Wimbledon. This is the second tournament he's skipped in the last couple of weeks.
All right, John, thank you. And more coming up on the stories as we go along tonight and on Sports Center, of course, following the ball game. Hunter Pence at the plate. Gee, too bad when you have a 16-game hit streak and nobody's even taking a look, isn't it? Oh, my gosh. And he does. He's hitting .359, 14 RBIs, 12 runs during the streak over the last 16 games. And Berkman's got one more than he does in the hit streak. And a strike taken, 0-2.
And he just got moved down in the order into more RBI position. Bourne, who's now leading off tonight, a young fellow who'd been struggling, had gotten moved down in the order. Now swinging the bat well enough to be back at the top of the order. Pence gets moved back down.
And just got the end of the bat on that one to foul it off to hold the count. Lilly he keeps pitching this way. It's going to be very hard for these hitters, with or without these shadows, to try and figure out what timing to get. Boy, he's throttled back on some of these pitches. Here's the 0-2 delivery, and then you get one like that looks like it's going 190 miles an hour.
Well, that swing right there is indicative of a hitter that just can't see. I mean, we saw the same thing with Derek Lee for the Chicago Cubs. Hunter Pence 0-2 gets the breaking ball that he fights off, and then he gets a fastball right down the heart of the plate right there. And that's a swing where you're saying, I think I saw it, but I think it's by me. Let me just see if I can't try to flick at it and foul it off. And next time around, young man.
Ty Wigginton goes after the first pitch. He was way out in front of it, fouls that one away. He's in the lineup because, number one, he's healthy again. He's had a couple of bouts with problems that have put him on the DL, thumb problem, and he had a rib problem. Took one in the side. Still not 100% for that shot he took in the side. But he's hitting .316 against lefties, 174 against right-handers. 0-1 delivery, Wigginton, and there's that off-speed pitch.
Well, hitting is so much about timing, but you can't create the timing unless you see the ball well. And with this light, very hard for these hitters to realize what the pitch is and when to get started.
Wigginton waiting on it. He'll take that to left field. That's an atom ball, and Soriano had to reach up and haul it in and did. So Lilly retires the side in order here in the second inning. We've completed 2 here on Monday Night Baseball. No score. Soriano, want to get a rebound up? I got it.
Well, boys, someone hasn't been paying attention. I want you to do something for me. Do you know what I want? Oh, you've been asked before. Told that the cops are cracking down, giving tickets day and night. But I'm asking you nicely. I want you to buckle up.
Drive without a seatbelt on, and you will be ticketed. Click it or ticket.
Click it or ticket, fellows. Are you listening?
Hurry in now for Toyota's banner sales event with great deals on a huge selection of Toyotas, like the rugged 2008 Tacoma. Lease one now for just $249 a month. Or drive away in the 2008 Motor Trend Truck of the Year, the Toyota Tundra. Get one with 0% APR for 60 months. Or get $3,000 cash back. The banner sales event ends soon, so hurry into your Toyota dealer today.
The ultimate torture test for a deck. The ultimate protection, Thompson's Water Seal. Chosen to protect the most water-drenched decks in America. The decks at Niagara Falls. Thompson's Water Seal. The most powerful protection against water damage, guaranteed.
If your bike won't start, try changing the spark plug.
你忙吗？请你给我股价单。
账户方面有什么进展吗？
T'en pensais trop? Qu'est-ce que tu penses?
Go there.
Ok, on y va.
Welcome to a network where video changes everything. Cisco, welcome to the human network.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd.
Want to leave the singing of Take Me Out to the Ball Game? At the 2008 All-Star Game, enter your video at MLB.com/BabyRuth for your chance to win.
ESPN Monday Night Baseball. Brought to you by Thompson's Water Seal, the most powerful protection against water damage guaranteed. And Cisco, welcome to the Human Network.
Welcome back, everybody. 0-1-0 for the Cubs. The Astros with zeros on the board as we go to the top of the third inning. Here on Monday Night Baseball, it will be DeRosa, Lilly, the pitcher, and then Soriano at the top of the order for the Cubs against Brian Moeller. Hasn't walked anybody. One wild pitch and has struck out a batter. Take a look at DeRosa's numbers. He's got a 9-game hit streak coming into this. 14 for 31 during the streak. That's a 450-plus average. One of the things to note about the Cubs, their home numbers are phenomenal this season. And DeRosa's one of those who has an enormous differential between his average at home and on the road so far. That can change in a hurry because the Cubs haven't played that many road games. It's only their 18th road game this year.
That's actually remarkable. It's only their 18th road game, where the Houston Astros have played 28 road games so far. So the schedule a little skewed there. And you see the Cubs production, home and road.
Take advantage of it if it's for you. Swung on a big cut right there that he missed.
Well, that gives hope to the Astros as far as their record. When they've played 28 on the road, they're only 2.5 games behind two teams. Little fastball right here. DeRosa, very valuable part for Lou Piniella. Guy can play multiple positions, hitting anywhere in the order. And he's a great guy in the clubhouse. You talk about a fine young man that won't gripe, is all about the team. I got a chance to coach him down in Texas when I was at the Rangers as the pitching coach, and the Cubs have a great one here.
One of 5 hitters in this Cubs lineup with an on-base percentage over 400. So a very patient guy at the plate, hitting for a good average and working the count.
Moeller trying to get the leadoff man out here in the third inning. The 1-2 delivery on the way. Moeller's had a problem with that. 61% is his number for retiring leadoff batters in an inning. That's not good enough for a starter.
Well, Brian Moeller wanted to pitch, but K-Zone's got it inside, and so did the umpire behind the plate.
He's got a 2-ball, 2-strike count here. The delivery to him, breaking ball that's going to miss outside, and he will take it full.
Well, Orel made a good point between innings that this may be the last inning where the shadows are a factor.
In 1985, I was 19-3, and I got 5 of these type of starts in Dodger Stadium.
Loved every one of them.
Well, my ERA was 2.03 that year, and everybody said, you know, how can you get your ERA drop so much? And I said, you need to go back and look at when those starts were, fellas. That's why it's about a point lower than normal, because I had 5 starts where the hitters couldn't see the ball.
See, I'm actually just amazed the .03 part pretty much did it for me. Like, you actually know that it was .03.
Oh, yeah.
But you don't worry about the numbers at all.
No, I don't, because if you're going to have an ERA that low, you'll remember the point part.
That one's going to be cut off. Wigginton will make the throw over to get the out. DeRosa is retired. One away here in the third. ESPN's Game of the Week, live from the Windy City. Vladimir Guerrero and the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim take on Jermaine Dye and the White Sox. Sunday Night Baseball presented by Taco Bell, 8 o'clock Eastern on Sunday. Coverage begins. Baseball tonight, driven by Chevy at 7 Eastern.
If I'd have said too flat, you'd have said, no, hey, guys in the truck, look it up. Oh, it's 03. What are you rounding it down?
Don't be defensive. I was just pointing something out.
A little touchy on that, wasn't
I think
it?
so.
Yeah. Here is Lilly. So pitcher against pitcher here as Ted Lilly stands in. There are the numbers for him. Not bad. Not bad at all. The .231 average. Brian Moeller. And that's going to be a base hit into right field. And he swung with authority. So Lilly is on with the second hit for the Cubs in the ball game. One away here in the third inning.
Second hit of the game for the Cubs and the first guy to see the ball. Take a look at the light on the mound, a little bit in between, but he's got it. And you leave that fastball out over the plate. Pretty good athlete. Look, he gets started in time, gets a good separation, full swing right there like he's in a home run hitting contest. But pitchers in home run hitting contests with those swings, they're singles.
Not this guy.
Not this guy. Alfonso Soriano. He's seen one pitch so far, and he flied out to right field. Talked about Soriano at the beginning of the year, a bit of a concern because he was hitting 191 on May 9. But since then, he's hitting 556. And he's had 7 home runs and 15 RBIs since that May 9 game. So he's just turned the season inside out, and overall now at 294 in the year. Runner at first base. They're not going to hold Lilly. Soriano will go after that one and take it down the line. Long run for everybody. Berkman trying to get there, racing, and can't do it.
Another thing about Alfonso Soriano's swing is we see Berkman hustle there, and the fans really appreciate him, not only for the offensive production, but for his hustle. And that was an all-out effort right there. You hear them acknowledging that as he comes back to his position. The thing about Soriano, he is one of those guys. We talk about the rotation of the swing. He uncoils at the plate. When he strides and that front foot hits the ground and you watch him rotate, that's where power comes from. It doesn't come from big biceps or being able to bench press. It comes from that ability to rotate and deliver power up through all of the kinetic links, from your feet up through your hips, through the rotation to the hands where the power comes through. I'm going a little physics on here, boys.
Kinetic links. Whoa. Is this a sci-fi channel?
It's all ball bearings.
It's all ball bearings? Thank you so much. Boy, you are from Michigan.
But you watch his swing here. Watch when that front foot hits, and he just uncoils to get the bat to the ball.
0-2 count Soriano. Lilly at first. Fastball will be taken inside. If you're pitching to him, where do you throw, Orel?
Well, Soriano is a notorious bad ball hitter. He will chase the ball at the strike zone. The reason he's so hot right now, he's making the pitchers throw strikes. But I like to bounce the breaking ball, and I like to keep the ball in on his hands, because for a small guy, he likes to extend his arms.
Lilly off first. 1-2 delivery. Coming back inside to him and missed with it. Moeller will take the count to 2 balls and 2 strikes.
When we look at the numbers and break him down, Soriano chases 42% of pitches out of the zone. The major league average hitter chases 21%. So he chases pitches, but when he gets to 2 strikes when he's hot is when he's been capitalizing, getting hits.
2-2 delivery to him, and that's going to miss up high, and that will take the count full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. So Moeller came in with a heater on that one. That looked pretty close.
That was the perfect example of why Alfonso Soriano is hot right now. To take that high fastball, this is a ball that he normally would chase, but right now he is so locked in, he took it right out of his hand.
3-2 delivery takes that to right field. That's an Adam ball, too. Pence is there, puts it away. Soriano has flied out twice now to right field. 2 down.
We take a look at Soriano at the plate from the side here, and watch when he strides. When that foot hits the ground, he hits against the front foot and rotates his hips through. He got his arms too far away from his body. When a hitter's arms get extended away from his body, he is decelerating the bat. It slows the bat down. You want to keep your hands closer to your body to speed up the rotation and deliver power through the bat.
Ryan Theriot now with a runner on at first base. Theriot last season a .266 hitter. He is a 28-year-old out of Baton Rouge, anchoring down the shortstop position, grounded out his first time up. Theriot's got Lilly over there who got that base hit. Have not been able to move him around though, and there's a fastball. That one's right down the middle. 1 ball, 1 strike. Does it bother pitchers to stay out there like this on the base paths for a full inning?
No, it doesn't bother you, I think, to stand around at first base. You hope you get moved around and score a run.
Berkman's moving in now. He was wandering a little bit too far over there at first base. So Berkman decided maybe they just ought to take a look at him over there.
You don't have a steal sign for your pitchers in this situation because you don't want to be the manager that puts a steal sign on for your pitcher and get him hurt. But pitchers will take it into their own hands sometimes and go.
The delivery on the way. Theriot will rifle that one into the seats. And it's the one you got to be heads up on, boy.
The best way to score from first as a pitcher is on a home run. You get to jog around. It doesn't hurt your effectiveness on the mound, and you score a couple runs. The guy at the plate drives you in.
Good job by Matt Sinatro, first base coach. He went over and started talking to him, and that's what got Bergman's attention. That, you know, you do little things like that, and different things start happening. Berkman has to move in. Pitchers watching. Theriot, looper off the end of the bat with spin on it. As Matsui will make the play, Theriot's retired. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left on. So far with all these hitters, it's about pitching.
Hurry in now for Toyota's banner sales event with great deals on a huge selection of Toyotas. Like the stylish Camry, the best-selling car in America. Or the all-new Corolla, a lot of car for the money with great fuel efficiency. Or see the larger-than-life Toyota Tundra, Motor Trend's 2008 Truck of the Year. And check out the all-new Sequoia Limited with seating for 8 passengers. The banner sales event ends soon, so hurry to your Toyota dealer today.
This mocha java chiller is great.
Yeah, this caramel mocha java chiller is really good.
This is a perfect frozen treat.
It's actually just coffee.
No, frozen treat.
Coffee. I'd like to have the last word.
Then go ahead.
Coffee drink.
It really is a coffee drink, Brian.
Again, I'd like to have the last thing
But I was
said.
agreeing with
I know, but I want to have the last thing that's said. This is good.
Mm-hmm.
Java Chillers at Sonic. A shot of premium roast espresso and vanilla soft serve blended into an indulgent frozen treat. Grab one tonight because Sonic's open till midnight or later and is even sweeter after dark.
Today, the formula for the best margarita.
Excuse me, sir. Isn't it the tequila that makes a great margarita? I always start with Jose Cuervo.
These Cuervo margaritas are genius! The best tasting margaritas are always made with Jose Cuervo.
What would you do if I sang out of tune? Would you stand up and walk out on me? Lend me your ears and I'll sing you a song, and I'll try not to sing out of key. Oh, I get by with a little help from my friends. Yeah, I'm gonna try with a little help from my friends. Oh, I get by with a little help from my friends, with a little help from my friends.
At Hampton, we love having you here.
The Indianapolis 500. Coverage begins Sunday at noon Eastern on ABC.
We're going to take a look at some numbers for these two. The managers of each of these teams, Lou Piniella on the left, Cecil Cooper on the right. These are a couple guys who knew a bit about hitting. When they were players, they were good ones. We'll check some numbers out as we roll along here in the inning. No score going to the bottom half of the third. Osmus, Moeller the pitcher, then top of the order Michael Bourne will be due up for Houston against the left-hander Ted Lilly. He has walked one and struck out one so far in the game and paints the outside corner on Brad Osmus. Numbers for Osmus so far in the year: had an 0 for 4 in the opening series at Wrigley Field against the Cubs, where the Astros took 2 out of 3. The 0-1 Houston delivery to him. Ausmus reaches and fouls it straight back.
Brad Ausmus at the point in his career that he's mentoring a young catcher for the Astros. J.R. Tolles, young prospect, who's really taken over the job as the catcher here. And Ausmus getting a start with Moeller on the mound, but really the baton of the torch has been passed here in Houston.
Little bit inside. 1 ball, 2 strike count. Ausmus, pretty good hockey player in high school. Brian Leach was a teammate of his. Brian, of course, just retired with the New York Rangers. 16 years now for Ausmus. 12 of the last 12 have been with Houston. The delivery hit in the air down that short left field line. This one over near the stands. Not much room to work on, but enough to get the out. Ausmus retired. Soriano there. Talking about these two managers. Look at the numbers. Cecil Cooper, 17 seasons, Red Sox Brewers. Led the league in doubles twice, RBIs twice, World Series a couple of times. Great average, 298. Lou Piniella, the other side, he was Rookie of the Year in 69. He led the league in doubles in 72 and a 291 average with 102 home runs when all was said and done for Sweet Lou playing-wise. They could hit.
They could hit. Lou Piniella had a little more of an upright bat. Cecil Cooper kind of laid it off with a flat swing. A little bit of a hitch. Cecil probably called it a timing device.
They're the best hitters among the active managers, 1 and 3 for Cooper and Piniella. Torrey, Baker, Randolph, Joe Girardi, and Ozzie Guillen. All players, all who could go with the bat, and all who put up very solid numbers in long careers. Dusty with that 278 mark, 242 home runs. 1 ball, 1 strike count. Moeller up there. The opposing pitcher fouls it off. He'd like to do what Lilly did, and that's get a base hit.
You know, with all of those good hitting managers, you know what the toughest job in their dugout is being the hitting coach. Because all of those managers that could hit, they've got opinions about hitting, and they're free to share them. And you have to say, do whatever the boss says. If the manager says so, you got to do it. There's Sean Berry, the hitting coach for the Astros.
Moeller's gone. Where did I see? I thought about that today, Steve, because I read a story about, and I can't remember honestly who the player was, but about his dad, who was coming back from the Dominican, came to see him because he watches every game. Reyes. It was Reyes. Reyes' dad for the Mets.
Jose Reyes.
Jose Reyes. His dad follows him every game. They talk after every single game. I mean, as a hitting instructor, and I don't mean this negatively, but you're out of it. You're not in the picture. If that's what's going on, and it may be best for the hitter and for the team. But I mean, that goes on a lot around Major League Baseball.
And it makes it tough. I mean, when you have dads who still have a hand in their kids at bats at the Major League level, it makes it difficult for a Major League hitting coach.
And most of the players have somebody that they've had along the way. Obviously, they've established a relationship with that they keep. So to get a new guy in is tough. Hello, Mr. Lee. First base has been a very busy place in this game as Bourne puts a shot into the glove of Lee. Mr. Berkman, I can do this too. No score after 3.
The winner of Europe's SUV of the year with 200 turbocharged horses. You done? The all-new Volkswagen Tiguan. Bet Europe's SUV of the year? You're so compact, you're practically my size.
Europeans are crazy.
Technically, I'm European.
Exactly.
Woo! Wait, I had a clever comeback.
Coors Light. It's a frost-brewed beer. It starts with cold mountain water. It's brewed down as cold as 34 degrees. It's put in a can cold with a frost brew liner that protects that frost brewed taste. So when you want a cold, refreshing can of beer, grab a beer with a taste as cold as the Rockies. Because refreshment isn't everything. It's the only thing. Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
When you come into Fidelity for guidance, you talk about your goals, review your investments, and then you get a strategy.
Right.
And you get account updates to help keep you on track. Or have it all managed for you with Fidelity Portfolio Advisory Service.
Yeah,
And all this comes with Fidelity's 60 years of money management experience. But I should let him talk. He's the one who works here.
Oh, I think you covered it.
Good.
No, really, good job.
Thank you.
Investment guidance from Fidelity. Get started with a complimentary portfolio review.
House of the Dead returning to life.
George A. Romero is back with a groundbreaking new vision of horror.
There's an army of them. Hey, run!
Diary of the Dead. Rated R. Rented exclusively at Blockbuster or own it on DVD Tuesday.
And speaking of the youngsters, Boys and Girls Clubs of America is the official charity of Major League Baseball, reaching more than 4 million kids worldwide. Together, they create a positive place for kids. Lots of kids on hand here. An early start here in Houston, 6 o'clock local time. And a great night to be out to see a couple of teams battling in the Central Division of the National League, separated only by 2.5 games and by the St. Louis Cardinals, who are in second. Cubs, Cardinals, Houston. Ball sliced, fouled as we go to the bottom half, and Lee up. Strikeout victim his first time up.
It'll be interesting to see the Cub hitters now that they can see the whole ball. You see the light there is completely consistent.
0-1 delivery on the way to him. That'll be fouled off the end of the bat as Moeller throttles back a little bit. We knew it was going to happen. When you get into a game like this, we got a long way to go. But here's the first 3 innings. The line is 0-2-0 for the Cubs. Nothing for the Astros. 2 of the hottest offensive teams in all of Major League Baseball. Against a part-time starter, Brian Moeller, who got that in, jammed him, popped it up left field. Lee to lead. And there's one away here in the 4th inning. It's the beauty of the game. Just when you think you got it defined. Lee goes back, first out.
It's a season of cold streaks and hot streaks, and the best teams are the ones that stay on the hot streaks the longest. Right now, both of these offenses are there. You never know the day they're going to cool off.
Here's Ramirez sitting at 279. He singled his first time up. Aramis Ramirez will take the pitch up high for a ball. You wonder how far Brian Moeller will be able to go in this game. As we said, primarily a reliever until the last 2 games. He worked 5 innings against the Giants and against the Dodgers and won them both. No runs, 5 hits against the Dodgers, 3 runs, 8 hits against the Giants. Pretty good work for a guy who's being asked to fill in a starting role.
Well, only throwing 49 pitches so far as well, so the smoke and mirrors or the light in the stadium actually was a benefit there to let him kind of get through the early innings. I think the real test is second time through the lineup right here as we go through this potent Cubs order.
He'll miss up high with that. 1 ball, 1 strike.
The Cubs won 2 out of 3 games against the Pittsburgh Pirates, and Aramis Ramirez and Derek Lee were combined 0 for 22 in that series. That's a sign of a good team. When your number 3, number 4 guys don't get anything done in the series at all, and you win 2 out of 3, you've got a deep lineup.
Big cut, fouled straight back into the screen. Got a pretty good shot at that one. Is that your scorecard?
Well, it looks like one of the hitting charts or the pitching charts.
Anthony Robinson.
Yeah.
Yep.
Pitching coach for the Astros.
Going over where the ball's hit on what type of pitch. Keeping the database up.
Fed into a computer daily. 2-2 delivery on the way again. Got a good pitch that was down that time and forced him to reach for it. Stays at a 2 ball, 2 strike count on Ramirez. He's got 4 hits and 12 at bats against Moeller. Moeller's got a 1-0 mark against the Cubs in his career. It goes back to 06 when he was pitching for Florida. Member of the Marlins when he got the victory against Chicago. 2-2 delivery. Berkman coming over near the seats. He'll not have a play on that one. It'll stay at 2-2.
Well, Brian Moeller has a great perspective on where he is in his role with the Houston Astros right now. Early in his career, a starter, then has been relegated to the bullpen. Right now, a spot starter, but he's all about winning and championships. And if Wandy Rodriguez comes back and it's his spot in the rotation and gets taken, he's all for it. He'll go back to the bullpen with an attitude. But At 36 years old, kind of a journeyman right now, you would think that this guy was about trying to find some innings to get some money, but no.
Ripped. Foul. Into the seats down that line. It'll stay at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Ramirez will make his way back. Chance for a K. With Ramirez up there, he's done a good job of protecting the plate so far. Take a look at our one-a-day men's strikeout leaders for the week, and you will see what we're talking about. 2 ball, 2 strike count with 1 away. Moeller has just 10 strikeouts in the 17 innings that he has worked. He's got 1 here in the ball game tonight, 11 on the year now. 2-2 delivery. That one's going to be foul back into the seats again. And our one-a-day strikeout leaderboard. This is talking about career numbers. Strikeout leaders with Ryan. J.R. Richards, who probably threw about as hard as anybody in the world.
Unbelievable. I remember he was coming back from a rehab in Double-A, and I was in Double-A. He threw hard then, and he didn't even make it back to the big leagues.
And for every strikeout this season, One-A-Day Men's will donate $10 to the Prostate Cancer Foundation. To date, One-A-Day Men's has raised $85,410. That ball foul back. 2 ball, 2 strike count as it's been for about the last 4 pitches. Here's Moeller trying to find a way to get one by him.
On the bottom of that strikeout list, we saw Roy Oswalt and some questions about his health with the Houston Astros, and they desperately need him to anchor this rotation, but potential hip issue for him taken out of his last game, and some confusion about whether he was coming out of the game or staying in the game, and he went back out there when in his mind he shouldn't have gone back out there with the hip bothering him. He thought he was done, but some miscommunication in the dugout.
2 ball, 2 strike count. Moeller again trying to find a way. Misses outside. 3-2. Apparently Oswalt today reported that he does not think he's going to have to miss his next start, and that he'll be back. So that's really good news.
Well, he talked about possibly feeling like it was bone on bone in his hip there, and they kept talking about a groin. He said no, it's more like an inner hip injury, and he's had groin injuries in the past. So I mean, coming in, you knew he was going to have to be good if the Astros were going to contend.
Pitch number 11 is grounded into the left field hole, and a base hit, and what a bat for Ramirez, who is now 2 for 2 in the ball game. That's making a pitcher work.
Well, he ground this bat out, and he grounded it through the hole. He gets a high fastball in the inner half, almost right down the middle. You leave it up like that, you go, oh man, the ball found a hole. But when you leave it up like that as a pitcher, they usually hit it a little too hard, and if it's not an atom ball, it turns into a hit. So you can grind on yourself and say, oh, I was unlucky as a pitcher, or you could say, you know what, next time I need to make a little better pitch and make it a 4-hopper instead of a 2-hopper.
That's only the 3rd hit of the ball game. The Cubs have them all, and they've all been singles. Ramirez has 2 of them, and Ted Lilly, the opposing pitcher, has the other one. Fukudome now with 1 down. Berkman will hold the bag on Ramirez, and Moeller will keep an eye on him over there, and immediately makes a throw over. Fukudome. Take a look at the home road numbers. We talked about how many of these Chicago players have that kind of difference. That's a major difference, home and road. Breaking ball will be taken away.
There's a lot of different reasons that could happen. I think one is that you've got a large sampling of home games and a small sampling of road games. If he gets a little bit hot in these first 3 games here in Houston, all of a sudden those numbers are going to turn around.
1-0 count on him. This ballpark, talk about who it favors. Swung on and missed. This is kind of a tough ballpark to judge whether it's a hitter's or pitcher's yard. Maybe it's neither.
I like the short porch and left, the Crawford seats out there. I think the pitchers may say it favors the hitters a little bit. And, you know, going back to Fukudome on the splits, you know, he's been very successful at Wrigley Field. I talked to his interpreter before the game today to say, you know, what is the difference? And he says he doesn't know. It's just the results. He said he's not really doing much differently on the road than he has at home.
He played 9 seasons over in Japan, and I'll tell you what, you get used to all those ballparks. You come over here to the U.S., and then you play at Wrigley, and you get very comfortable, and the friendly confines do well. And you've got to get used to the new backgrounds and the different atmospheres. I know playing over with L.A. for 10, 11 years, then coming to the American League, it was a big adjustment for me to get used to the new ballparks in the American League.
Both of his home runs have been hit at Wrigley. 2-1 delivery. Fukudome will foul that one off, bringing Ramirez back to the bag.
The interesting thing was the interpreter says, well, he does see 4.5 pitches per plate appearance at home and 4.1 pitches per plate appearance when he's on the road. And I said, now, does he know those numbers? And he said, no, he doesn't know those numbers. I know those numbers. So, but the thing is, clearly it's in their mind, because if the interpreter is thinking about it, so is the player.
Yeah, somebody's asked. 2-ball, 2-strike count. Ramirez, short lead at first base. Fukudome will take the pitch high and inside, and he's working the count as well. So the last two hitters have really worked it, with Ramirez 11 pitches, and now Fukudome comes back and gets the full count here at 3-2.
What Fukudome's so good at doing is not just taking a pitch, but fouling pitches off. We've done, I think, 3 Cubs games so far this year, and he's a spoiler. When the pitcher makes that out pitch, he seems to find a way to foul it off, to live for that next pitch, to get one that he can drive.
There's the 5th best number in pitches per plate appearance. Strikeouts and walks almost even. Only 1 more in the walk department. Fukudome, Ramirez is running. Pitch down low, ball 4. So the best offensive inning, or chance-wise, comes here in the 4th now for the Cubs. First walk by Moeller puts runners on at first and second base, only 1 away for Soto.
Well, Fukudome at first base in the top 4 or 5 for rookies offensively, and Giovanni Soto at the plate in the top 4 or 5 for rookies in all the offensive categories. The 2 main candidates so far for rookies of the year in the National League.
Soto's done really well on the road. 361 is his road average. 1 down. He's hitting .319 overall, and he's got an RBI chance right here, and a strike on the outside corner from Brian Moeller. 30 RBIs, great number.
What a great opportunity for him to stand in the on-deck circle and watch Fukudome hit, as an example for him as a young catcher in the National League learning the strike zone.
And delivery to him. He has struck out more than any other Cub at this point, with 37 Ks on the season. Right now, Moeller will take that, or a ground ball, as the infield will try and turn 2 here if they can get it. 1-1. Soto, a couple of hits and 9 at-bats against the Astros so far this season. 1-1 delivery on the way. Takes that one in the air, left center field. Got all of it. Bourne going back, wanting track wall up. And that ball is in fair territory. It rolls back to center field, inside the park, home run. Here comes Soto. Relay throw, Miguel Tejada. Not in time. And inside the park, home run, as Bourne did not know where the ball had gone. It ricocheted back into center field.
I think Michael Bourne thought the ball hit above the yellow line. It seemed like he gave up on it. The ground rule out there is there's a yellow line that goes along the top of the wall and then up the wall. It looked like it hit and ricocheted off, and I think he thought it might have been a home run as Soto drives the ball to deep left center field. Bourne going to the wall, but it hit off the top wall. It looked like he gave up on it, thinking, you know what, it hit that part of beyond the yellow lines. That's got to be a home run. But the third base umpire quickly signaled Ed Rappuano a safe sign, meaning the ball was in play, but it was too long for Bourne to recover.
Well, there's going to be a discussion, as Cooper will talk about it here. The ball actually, from our vantage point, all but disappeared out there in center field. It was very unclear where it had gone. 404 feet away. It'll be his 9th home run. How about a catcher getting an inside the park home run?
You see there where the ball hits. That's a home run in that spot right there. That yellow line signifies where the home run ball goes, and then the big guy just starts chugging.
Cecil Cooper going out to argue this is going to be a home run either way. Either the umpires rule it, the ball has left the building, or it's an inside the park home run like this, and that's pretty good running for a young catcher.
Bet he hasn't run that far since high school all at once. For the moment now, that's going to be an inside the park home run, because that ball was signaled in play, as Steve said. So, and I don't think they'll change it. I mean, they can't look at video replay to do that in hindsight. So the 9th home run of the season. Giovanni Soto inside the park shot. Ramirez and Fukudome come around to score, and the Cubs have a 3-0 lead on their 4th hit. And just the 3rd home run Moeller surrendered this year. Interesting play. Jim Edmonds up, bases empty, 1 down.
Well, you had a similar play in that Yankee-Mets game yesterday, and the ball hit down the line off the foul pole by Carlos Delgado. It raises the question about instant replay in Major League Baseball and whether they should have it.
No.
Yes.
You don't like the hill. I don't like instant replay. That ball has got to be taken outside. And we've got enough. This game's long enough as it is. We don't need any more stoppages in play.
If you just had an argument on the field where it slowed the game down, if you have instant replay, there's no stoppage. You go look at the video and it's shorter.
2-2 delivery. Don't agree. Fouled off at the plate.
You have an instant replay official off the field. There is no argument at all. He just gives a thumbs up or a thumbs down. The crew just moves on. The call's over with.
Well, I don't think it would work that way, because in every other sport where they've had instant replays, you end up with arguments going on even when the replay judge has the authority to make a new and final decision.
I remember being at general managers meetings when the topic was first broached, and we'd talk about it and then vote. And the first time, I think 5 general managers voted yes. And then the next year, about 15 voted yes. So you got to the halfway point. Now the majority vote yes, but the commissioner of Major League Baseball is anti-instant replay, as is Gary Thorne. He could be the commissioner.
He's a good man. 2-2 delivery. That's going to be a base hit. Edmonds just went with it. Jim Edmonds is on with a single. Continues his big average against Brian Moeller. Talking about last night, Yankee Stadium, John Saunders, take a look.
Well, Gary, Carlos Delgado at the plate, and he slices this one to left field. Originally called a home run, looked like it did, hook inside. But watch again, watch the black, and then watch the white go past it. Foul ball, didn't hit it.
It was initially called home run. The umpires talked, and then they said foul ball. That one down the line is going to be a base hit. DeRosa to second base. Edmonds. He will stop as Lee will get it in a hurry. And Moeller now getting tagged after getting the first out. The next 5 have reached base against him.
Well, the inning really started to turn on him when Ramirez and Fukudome had long pitch at bats. Even though they both reached base, a base hit and a walk, we're now up to 30 pitches this inning for Moeller.
They're looking at second base at Jim Edmonds. As he came around and headed to third, he all of a sudden stopped. And the trainers come out to have a look here.
He had ankle injuries in the past. A lot of problems with that heel. Worked hard in the offseason to try to get his ankle right so he'd be ready this year. Worked with a speed coach, putting a lot of time into his conditioning. So even after his base hit, the kind of the ball away where you have to have balance, it looked like he was kind of gingerly running around first base.
Going to stay in the ball game. And Lou having a interesting chat, sharing some time. Joe West at second base. And the Cubs now blasting away. A single, a walk, the inside the park home run by Soto, 3 RBIs. Edmonds a single, DeRosa a single. Moeller in trouble here in the 4th inning with 3 runs in, and now 6 hits off him in the game. Now Lilly, they're going to play for the bunt. Wigginton moving in at third base. Will play at that 45-degree angle and try and get back to cover the bag if he can, if the bunt is handled by the pitcher. Dropped down the line and fair ball. And the play made. Osmus did not dare let it go. So he had to make a decision and decided, I better pick this thing up. It is a sacrifice.
Well, Ted Lilly deadens this ball very, very well. The angle might have been too severe, but look at the dark dirt around there. It's a little moister. It kind of takes a little spin off, and Brad Osmus does not want to have that ball come resting on the foul line, being a fair ball, so he had to take the sacrifice and the out at first base.
Well, you almost think that if Osmus comes up quickly, fields it, and throws to third with Edmonds not running very well, you maybe turn it into a double play. But because he waited to see whether it was fair or foul, it made it difficult for him to do anything but make the play on it. As you see, Lilly square with a left-handed hitter, particularly gives some room for Ausmus to get out. He came out quickly, but then he thought, well, maybe it's going to go foul. I think if you'd been aggressive, you might get the lead runner at third with the sore foot, Jim Edmonds.
Now a big chance, 2 in scoring position, and you get to the top of the order. Soriano's hitting .350 with runners in scoring position, and even that is not good enough to make the top 10. He's just outside the top 10 in the league in that department. Runners on at second and third. Edmonds, the lead runner. DeRosa at second base, 2 down. Soriano's flied out twice. Moeller trying to get out of the inning without further damage. Will miss on that one, and the count goes to 2-0. Jim Edmonds, that's the one that caught him on the ankle. That's why he was gingerly moving about. Now the intentional pass is going to be surrendered to Soriano with Theriot waiting on deck.
Well, you set the double play up. You take one of the hottest hitters in baseball and put him on first base, and you try and get the shortstop to hit into a double play.
Well, we said this inning was going to be the challenge for Brian Moeller the second time around through this Cubs lineup without the shadows coming into play, and it really has been a factor as this lineup has jumped all over him.
Jim Edmonds, DeRosa, and Soriano. Bases are loaded. 2 down, 3 runs in here in the 4th inning. They've battered around now. 9th man up in the inning, Ryan Theriot. Theriot hits one off the end of the bat. Berkman broke away. He's got to get back to the bag and gets there in time. Matsui makes the play, so the intentional pass worked. But 3 runs in, the highlight of it, Giovanni Soto, who lashed one that probably was a home run anyway, but it was called in play. He's credited with an inside the park job.
Kids, one of the easiest ways to save energy is with your thermostat. So, show me what you've done. Ethan?
Turn the thermostat down in the winter and up in the summer.
Good.
Or you can use a programmable thermostat to adjust the temperature automatically when you're awake or asleep.
Just set it and forget it.
Visit MidAmericanEnergy.com/EE for more ways to save some green.
Mid-American Energy.
Finish off your spring landscaping project with edging by Mastermark from Menards. Extra heavy contractor grade edging is great for all sorts of landscaping projects. A 40-foot roll is only $13.95. Add beauty and protection to your yard with a new pre-assembled fence. This 4-foot high dog-eared fence just $19.98. A 6-foot high $29.98. Or step up to the heavy-duty fence with extra thick pickets just $39.49. Plus there's 0 payments and no interest till 2009 with your big card.
Save big money at Menards.
Eastern Conference Finals, Game 1. The long-awaited matchup of the top 2 teams in the East is finally here. Detroit's playoff-tested veterans are rested and ready for the favorites, while Boston survived 2 brutal 7-game series and remains undefeated at home. The Eastern Conference Finals. Coverage of Game 1 begins Tuesday at 7:30 with the 2008 NBA Draft Lottery on ESPN.
You ready?
Yeah. Can I take your order, please?
Give me the beat.
Yo, what's up, Stephanie? How you doing today? 89 cents is what we're gonna pay. Say hello to Bobby. He's in the back seat.
Steph, give me something big.
With a bunch of beef. 89 cent cheesy double beef burrito. Why pay more? That's big and cheap, yo. So here's what we do. I want one. You want one too?
I forgot my wallet.
I gotta spot you.
Hey, you gotta spot me.
Whatever.
This is the jam.
You want? Should we come around?
Do pull up.
I'm going.
And time now for the perfect combinations presented by Reese's. Some combo right here when it comes to the bats of Berkman and Lee.
Power with average. Add Tejada to that equation.
Now they're going to need it. 3 runs, 6 hits, and no errors for the Cubs. Astros zeros across. They've left only 1 on base. That was back in the 1st inning. Bottom half of the 4th inning, and Lilly charging in as Kaz Matsui squared around. He drew a walk his first time up. On the inside the park home run, the last one hit by a catcher was Joe Mauer last year. July 21st, Minnesota, he got one. Last Cubs, Derek Lee, an inside the park shot. That was last August 26th. And Giovanni Soto, at least for the moment, is credited with an inside the park home run here. 3rd one ever to be hit here at Minute Maid. He's still regrouping behind the plate.
You said young catcher. He can still run.
Swung on and missed. Wow. Goes down swinging, third strikeout. Let's check in to John Saunders. John?
Well, Gary, Aqua Fresh Extreme takes us to Fenway, where it's a windy night. Lowell at the plate pops it up. Grutzelanic is under it, but then the ball moves away. The bases were loaded. A couple runs come in. 5-0. The Red Sox have the lead right now. Gary.
Talked about hot bats. The Red Sox are finding their bats again. Ortiz is ding-dinging away.
With his slow start, 10 home runs now for David Ortiz. He have 2 last night.
He did. I think the best part is with a windy day, you've got a chance for a Manny being Manny moment in a game like that. I'll tell you, after that play he made,
the high five the fan.
The high five to the fan. We on Baseball Tonight last Wednesday, they put a whole series of Manny being Manny events together from his first major league hit, which was a ground rule double that he had his head down, thought it was a home run, so he's doing the continuation of the trot to the cutoff, the relay, the Johnny Damon throwback to the infield where he's diving, making the cutoff for it. And, I mean, there are so many Manny Ramirez moments, and he seems happier this year than we've seen him in a long time.
He's talking to the press, that's why.
You think that's it?
No, he is. He is, and he loves it. He's been great about it. I mean, he doesn't have that fight going on between that tension between the press and himself this year. 2-0 delivery on the way. Miguel Tejada down the line. How about the funny part of that to me was against the Orioles. It just went out in left field. He actually high-fived a Boston fan.
Yeah, he found
it was a Red Sox fan in Baltimore who had the T-shirt on.
Exactly. I got to play with Manny in Cleveland, and I'll tell you what he does on the field is very. There's more things he does off in the clubhouse. It's absolutely amazing. It's, sleeping on the couch an hour before the game, waking up and going, taking a little BP, and then going out and go 4 for 4. I mean, it's just unbelievable things that he can do.
Just a great talent. And as Dave Magida, the hitting instructor in Boston, likes to note whenever given the chance, when he came, he said the thing that surprised me most was how hard he works at hitting, that he goes after it every day. This guy does too. Miguel Tejada, 3-ball, 1-strike delivery to him. Ripped that one. That's down the line. Fair ball into the corner. Soriano watching it rocket around in there. Tejada's on his way to second base. And it is a stand-up double. And there's the first hit for the Astros.
And you see Tejada kind of trying to cheer on his teammates in the dugout. The energy and enthusiasm is back. This guy loves to play the game. Lilly's had a lot of success with that cut fastball, running it in on the hands of right-handers, jamming him. Tejada got jammed earlier, but he clears his hands that time, keeping the ball fair down the line, rifling it down there, trying to energize his teammates to get things going.
Miguel Tejada, one of those who I think it can fairly be said the change of scenery did great things for him, and it was probably necessary. Well, now you got that middle we were looking at. Here's Berkman with his 17-game hit streak. He hit into a fielder's choice. First time up in the ball game. There goes Tejada. Whoa, what a jump. Never looked. Lilly never looked back.
Well, you've got the hottest hitter in the game up at the plate. You've just hit a double. You're down by 3. You know your pitcher's probably not going to pay attention. Miguel Tejada, student of the game, takes an unbelievable jump and just could have went into third base standing uncontested.
3 for 6 in stolen bases for Tejada. Here in the 0-1 delivery on the way to Berkman. That slider will be taken inside. 1-1.
See, that stolen base was about energy. His double was about energy. He has really gotten back to being that player that he was in Oakland when he first went to Baltimore. He chatters all the time. He's rooting on his teammates. He's challenging his teammates. You saw him clapping his hands toward the dugout. That stolen base right there was to get the fans into it and to get the dugout into it to try to get them on the board.
14 doubles in the year for him. 1 ball, 1 strike count. RBI chance. Berkman will ace it foul. Berkman hitting .463 right-handed, .377 left. He has picked up 16 home runs, 12 of them from the other side of the plate, 4 right-handed as he's hitting now. His home road numbers look like this. Yikes!
When the bad number's 350, you're doing pretty good.
Here's the 1-2 delivery, and off the fist. He really got jammed on that one.
Well, with a 3-0 lead, Ted Lilly will trade a run for an out. That's the winning formula for winning starting pitchers. 15 wins last year, but with a 1-2 count, you might take a shot to strike somebody out or get the pop-up, but you don't want to go too deep in the count and set up a crooked number inning.
390, runners in scoring position for Berkman, and he got the K. Big out. 2 down here in the 4th inning.
Well, just as quick as Miguel Tejada energizes the crowd in the Houston Astro lineup, this deflates them with that down and in breaking ball. He threw a nice up and in fastball right before that pitch, fouls it up with a cutter slider down and in, gets Berkman to chase.
So that will leave it up to Carlos Lee. As much as Tejada got the crowd and teammates going here with the 1-out double and the steal, just as deflating would it be not to get him home here. Foul back by Carlos Lee, who flied out to right field his first time up.
Now the big difference for Ted Lilly, those last 2 starts we talked about where he had 10 strikeouts and 11 strikeouts. In those 2 games, when he got hitters to 2 strikes, he retired 97% of the hitters. So the breaking stuff has been really working for him the last few games.
Those 2 games where he got 10 first time in his career. He had struck out at least 10 in 2 consecutive starts. Lee hitting 279 and get out of the way. 1 ball, 1 strike count.
Well, that's close, and it's chin music, and you wonder why it happens, but that's part of the game. There has to be a little bit of intimidation between the pitcher and the hitter. Carlos Lee hanging in there, wanting to drive the ball for an RBI. Ted Lilly saying the inner half of the plate is still mine.
Lee 294 with runners in scoring positions. Got Tejada at third. Ted Lilly, veteran left-hander. See where he goes with this. Here's the 1-1 delivery. Up and away and got him to swing 1 and 2.
You know, that pitch that he knocked Carlos Lee down, that was intentional. Now he wasn't throwing at him to hurt him, but that he threw with the most effort of any pitch that he had thrown in the game on that pitch. He really tried to hump up on it and get that velocity in, up and in, to try to back him off the plate.
Well, with 2 strikes tonight, these Astros are 0 for 9. Lilly's got him right where he wants him.
He's got the 1-2 count here with 2 down. Tejada off third base. 1-2 pitch will be fouled back, and it will stay at a ball and 2 strikes.
Progress, Orel. That was progress right there. The ball coming back to the booth. He didn't duck that time.
Well, you notice the shadows are gone.
We're gonna next time you're gonna charge it.
Okay, yeah, that'll be interesting. Lou's looking up at us. What are you guys talking about?
Not catching the ball. There are the people protecting us out in front. 1-2 delivery. That's going to be taken to left field. Bad jump. That's going to fall in for a base hit and an RBI. Soriano did not react at all. Carlos Lee gets a single. Tejada scores. It's 3-1.
Well, Ted Lilly has been pounding Carlos Lee in. It's been fastballs. It's been cutter to Berkman. This one, I think, gets in on him also. We get the full swing, and it gets maybe off the end of the bat. I could be wrong on the location, but Soriano definitely gets a bad jump. Disappointed in himself. He wishes he could have got the read and given a better effort. With 2 out and a man on third, you'd actually go for the dive if you can get any kind of read on that ball.
32 RBIs for Carlos Lee, and 2 hits now for the Astros, both coming here in the 4th inning.
Credit Miguel Tejada on the stolen base, because if he doesn't steal, that ball wasn't hit very deep, and it would have been a different approach by Soriano, charging to come to throw. The stolen base got them the run.
Now Hunter Pence will try and keep this going. Big 2-out RBI picked up there. Pence hitting at 287. But he has upped his average with that 16-game hit streak that he has coming into the ball game. That is going to bring Soto out to the mound to talk to Lilly now, who falls behind 2-0. So all of a sudden, the ball game, the pitchers had dominated through the first 3 when there were zeros up. Here in the 4th inning, the Cubs got 3, and the Astros so far have 1.
Well, those that haven't seen the game from the beginning, there was some shadows on the field earlier. The hitters were having a tough time picking up the ball. Now with the constant light, the hitters getting a good read and putting a few runs on the board.
taking advantage of it here. 2-0 count, 2 down, runner at first base. Lily's delivery, that's going to miss outside. And the count's going to go to 3-0. Not particularly good follow through on that delivery.
The second time through the lineup for both of these pitchers. Between the two, between Moeller and Lilly, they've thrown 57 pitches in this inning, trying to find a way to get through the heart of the lineup.
3-0 count, that's going to be taken for a strike. Lilly has won his last 3 starts against San Diego, Arizona, and the St. Louis Cardinals. Some pretty good ball games. 2 games he went 7, won 6. Didn't give up more than 4 runs. Tomahawked that one, or tried outside of first base, and no play. And the count will go from 3-0 to 3-2.
Well, that pitch there, a little cutter slider that Hunter Pence chased, really got Lilly off the hook as far as setting the table and making this first and second 2 out. You can see it's a little up. You saw the cut on that ball.
Now the runner will be going. Carlos Lee will take off with 2 down and a 3-2 count. And here's the 3-2 delivery. And he takes that one to center field. Talk about the hill way back. Edmonds running, looking, and he caught it. Oh, what a catch. Jim Edmonds, an uphill catch over 400 feet away. And he caught it over his shoulder. Willie Mays, where are you? Smile. Watch this. Jim Edmonds, 3-1.
The Indianapolis 500. Coverage begins Sunday at noon Eastern on ABC.
Our engineers had a mission. Give Sierra more power, more performance, and examine everything that makes a Sierra a Sierra. Mission accomplished. The 2008 Sierra from GMC. The available 5.3-liter V8 offers 315 horsepower and the best V8 fuel economy of any full-size pickup. The Sierra from GMC. Just because it hasn't been done doesn't mean it can't be done.
Take me out to the ball game! Take me out with the crowd! Buy me some peanuts and...
Want to lead the singing of Take Me Out to the Ball Game? At the 2008 All-Star Game? Enter your video at MLB.com/BabyRuth for your chance to win.
Where am I? At the intersection of my new life and my new lifestyle. Driving.
Get the right coverage at a great price. Talk to a State Farm agent.
I am so there.
Prevent shaving irritation with new Nivea Extreme Comfort Shaving Gel. Using microtechnology, natural ingredients penetrate skin and hair quickly. The result? A shave so comfortable you can't get enough. New Extreme Comfort Shaving Gel and Balm. Nivea for men. What men want.
It's the destroyer of worlds.
Oh, that can't be good. This is the one you've been waiting for. Indiana Jones, rated PG-13, this Thursday.
Sports are great for a kid's body. Steroids aren't. They can ruin tendons in legs and arms. Steroids can stunt bone growth and increase the chances of liver cancer, heart attack, and stroke. Steroids don't make great athletes. They destroy them. Talk to your kids. Need help? Get help. Visit drugfree.org.
Well, Jim Edmonds just made himself a part of baseball defensive history right there. The Cubs have the 3-1 lead. It would have been at least 3-2 had that play not been made, and yet we will show it to you again. Hang with us here. Moeller gets to go back to work. They battered around in the 4th inning, the Cubs did, getting 3 runs on 4 hits. So back where it started, Derek Lee. Ground ball towards short. Miguel Tejada. Iggy's plays there in time and one away here in the 5th inning. All right, here it is. Jim Edmonds. You'll see this a few more times.
Hunter Pence just kills this ball to center field, and Edmonds is on his horse right away, talking about a triple crown. But the key to that catch was not only getting to where you need to go, but realizing the spin is taking it back towards right field, and Edmonds not only over the shoulder, but almost a backhand, catches it on the finger part of the glove. And these reactions speak it all, even from your opponent.
Hunter Pence going, what are you doing to me? Wow. What a great play by Edmonds, who's getting his chance to show himself here in this ball game. Pence would have had himself at least a double, maybe a triple, who knows. Here's Ramirez. He's had a night already. Couple of singles, runs scored, hitting at 284.
Okay, Jim Edmonds is one of those players, when he's on the other team, you hate him. And when he's on your team, you love him. And Cubs fans and Cubs players are still trying to figure that relationship out, because he was a Cardinal for the longest time, and they didn't like him a whole lot.
He had to go through a little bit of meeting time with some of the players, pitchers included.
A little making up. Carlos Zambrano had thrown at him before after Jim Edmonds had posed a little bit too long after a home run back in 2004. Initially, Zambrano said about Edmonds, well, no comment, and then he said, no, we're good. We shook hands.
Talking about Edmonds, this is an 8-time Gold Glove winner, 97 against the Royals, playing for the Angels. Made one of the most spectacular catches ever. I mean, that maybe was even better than this one.
This one he has to leave his feet, complete layout directly over his head, so you don't have the perspective of where the ball might be.
2-2 delivery towards second base. So he makes the play, gets the out. Ramirez retired. It's Sports Center right now. Let's check in with John Saunders. John.
Well, first news from the New York Yankees. A-Rod set to rejoin the slumping Yanks on Tuesday night after finishing his rehab of a strained right quad. Took a little bit longer than expected, but he is coming back. Meanwhile, John Smoltz, who was expected back from the disabled list by the end of this month, but even Smoltz says on Sunday he could be out longer, anywhere from late May to much, much longer, he says. Back to you.
That's a big ouch. And hope that's not the way it works out for John Smoltz.
Well, he's had quotes out there to say if he can't pitch without pain that he will be done, and I hope he's not done.
2 down here in the 5th inning. Bogdomi up. He has grounded out, walked, scored ahead of Giovanni Soto at an inside the park home run. Jim Edmonds, a defensive play. Well, we've had pretty good first half of this ball game in every way. 1-1 delivery will be taken down low. I guarantee you Ted Lilly will have no problems with Jim Edmonds.
Yeah, no, I think he loves him right now. You know, what the Cubs are trying to figure out is whether they can get the old Jim Edmonds or whether Jim Edmonds is old. I think that's really the thing. Can he still play on a consistent basis, both physically and just playing the game? Can he still execute with the bat in his hand primarily?
Well, knowing the pressure is on him to hit, when his glove shows up like that, that'll relieve some of the pressure around the team and for himself in these early at-bats with the Cubs.
Signed on Wednesday by the Cubs. 2-2 delivery on the way. Breaking ball that's going to miss inside. And the count will go to 3-2. Edmonds obviously is not hitting right now in this part of the season. But as we mentioned earlier, Lou Piniella made it clear before the game, Jim's going to get his chances. Lou said, I've got to put him in there. I've got to find out. It's about now. I mean, we're a quarter of the way through the season. So if he can or can't do it, we need an answer to that. 3-2 delivery on the way. That'll be sliced down the line and a foul ball. 3-2.
And the Edmonds signing is really a statement by the Chicago Cubs that they're in it to win it this year. I mean, they sent Phillips, PA, one of their top prospects, highly touted prospects, who had been struggling to hit at the major league level. He had become Lou Piniella's project to try to help him hit and learn how to hit here in the major leagues. They sent him down to the minor leagues. That's a statement. When you send the young guy down and you get a 37, 38-year-old veteran outfielder who's hitting released after hitting 178, you're saying, you know what, we're trying to catch lightning in the bottle with a veteran player.
3-2 delivery on the way again. Breaking ball. That's going to be a base hit. Bogdomi picks up a single here in the 5th inning for the Cubs. It comes with 2 down. Now the inside the park home run man, Giovanni Soto, coming to the plate.
Tell you, back in the 4th inning, one of the most exciting plays in baseball. Is it out of the park or is it in the park? It doesn't matter. Soto keeps running, strides it out through third base, and it is all the way around, young man. And it's still an inside the park home run in the book. Even after the umpires conferred, they ruled it was in the park, and you get 4 bases.
Good job by Mike Quaid, third base coach, to make sure he knew to keep on running. You saw that windmill arm going there. Don't stop now. Don't even think about it. He kept him going, and he's playing 900 feet down the line here with the right-handed hitter up. First Cubs catcher, the inside the park since '59. Soto now hitting at .324 in the year. Runner at first base, and that one popped up down the right field side. Pence coming, foul territory, and he's got it. No runs on one hit, no errors, and one left on base. It remains 3-1. Cubs leading the Astros. Orel on pitching. What else? We'll take a look at how you hold that baseball.
Summer has always belonged to children. But now that the Summer of Audi event is here, kids will just have to learn to share. Take back summer with no payments at signing during the Summer of Audi event.
She's even more beautiful now. Are you me? Quite a while from now. So, how'd I do? You did great. But don't forget about us. Even in retirement, we still need financial advice. We have to protect and grow our money. You never know what's around the corner, Grandpa.
Get to know your future self with Lincoln Financial Group at lincolnfinancial.com.
Need something? To find it locally, you need yellowpages.com, featuring interactive maps and directions and user reviews. You could even use it on your cell phone. Yellowpages.com. We wrote the book on local search.
After 23 days on tour, we can't wait to get home and to our own beds.
The tougher your days, the more you deserve a Sleep Number night. It's the only bed that lets you personalize your Sleep Number setting anytime, because the most comfortable sleep is the one you control yourself. Save $500 off our Queen Special Edition bed set now through Memorial Day.
Back here in Houston, great to have you with us. Monday Night Baseball, the Chicago Cubs leading it. They lead the majors in home runs, slugging, extra base hits. They've got the lead here against Houston 3-1. Going to be putting Orel to work. We'll take a look at how you hang on to that baseball when you're throwing some of the pitches that have helped pitchers win ball games. Wigginton will foul that one back as he leads it off here in the bottom half of the fifth. Ty Wigginton flying out his first time up. Osmus and then Moeller, the pitcher, will be due up for the Astros. Ty working at third base. Outfield will play him a bit around towards right. Edmonds, the center fielder, in as well. The 0-1 delivery on the way. Takes that to the gap, left center field. Edmonds is not going to catch this one. They weren't playing him there. All the way to the fence. Wigginton goes into second base. He's got a stand-up double to lead off the fifth. Orel's report. Baseball in hand. How do you hold him when you throw him?
Well, first and foremost, the four-seam fastball. The reason it's four seams because you get the four major seams cutting through the air. Cliff Lee on a roll this year so far, an ERA until his last outing that was microscopic. Then a two-seamer that'll give you a little movement because only two seams break the air. The ball gets a little heavier from the air beating it down. Brandon Webb, one of the best two-seamers in the world, really. I'll tell you, the four-seamer and the two-seamer. The four-seamer, the reason it's called that is because this seam, this seam, this seam, and this seam all break the air, makes the air a little lighter, makes the ball fly straighter and faster. Two-seamer thrown here or here makes the flat side of the ball go through the air, which makes that side of the ball a little heavier, makes the ball dip or dive.
Brad Osmus, runner at second base. Houston trailing by 2.
Now, a two-seam fastball, does the pitcher manipulate the ball with his fingers differently than a four-seam fastball?
Well, there'll be, you know what, I used to try and pronate my hand and get to the inside of the ball. Pronate or supinate, you know, pronate my hand away from it and to get in there and get the arm going to the inside part of the ball, almost like a hard screwball. And that would increase the spin, and the more I could get the flat side of the ball and the rotations going that way, it's going to make the ball go down.
Are you a pro-nation or a super-nation fan?
Proponent? I'm con-nation.
You're
I'm not pro-nation.
Not pro-nation? Con-nation? Okay. We got to check on that.
This is a guy who had a kinetic link when he's talking about Soriano and his hitting.
That one right off the fist is going to move the runner up. Play is is made. Osmus is retired. Wigginton goes over to third, 1 away.
Well, then you go to the curveball, the basic grip, trying to get those four seams to move and rotate down. Josh Beckett, Cy Young Award type pitcher. See that ball break down, get the four seams rotating. The slider just slightly off center. If you think about the curveball where 50% of your arm speed goes into rotation, 50% into break, the slider's more like 3/4 into speed and 1/4 into rotation. And then the great Mariano Rivera, a little shorter pitch, the cutter a little shorter than the slider, the biggest break the curve, the next break the slider, and the shortest break the cutter.
Cruz is the pinch hitter with a runner at third base and 1 away.
And speaking of cutters right there, that last pitch by Ted Lilly was the cut fastball. And that Mariano Rivera's cutter, if you threw a four-seam fastball dead straight, and then you took your index finger and joined it over with your middle finger, and then turned the ball over, and as you move your thumb across the bottom of the ball, you start to learn how to throw a cut fastball. So it's four-seamer that's straight, join the middle finger, turn the ball over and start moving your thumb to the middle of the ball. Now you can cut through the ball, and that's the way Mariano Rivera throws his cutter.
Do you have more of the ball on one side of your fingers?
Yeah, if the ball had an equator like the Earth, you're going to be mostly on this side, the east coast of the ball, and get the ball cutting through, throwing a four-seamer.
Why do you throw the cutter with four seams instead of two seams? It would seem to me that if you would do a two-seam cutter, you'd get more movement on it.
Well, you might get more movement, and that's the thing. Depending on a pitcher's release point and grip strength, you need to experiment with your grips. And the reason a big league pitcher can get such consistent movement is because everything prior to the grip is so consistent. So then when he changes his grip, he gets different reactions on the ball. A person, an amateur at home, a little leaguer, a high school pitcher, even a college pitcher who doesn't repeat his delivery in his arm slot as much or the grip pressure, he's not going to get different movements when he changes the grip because things prior to the grip affecting the ball are different every time. So, you know, you'll have a little leaguer sometimes or a college guy even that says, you know what, that grip doesn't work for me today. Well, it's something prior to the grip that is different again. But big leaguers, they work on grips every single day because their mechanics are so consistent.
Now, for all of those different pitches, the firmness with which you grip the ball, is it the same?
Well, no, your grip strength is going to change on each pitch, and the more the ball is in your hand, meaning the thumb is under the middle of the ball and the fingers are through the ball like this, the looser you can hold the ball. The moment that you take the thumb off center of the baseball and start to get it away, 80% of your strength in your hand comes from your thumb. The more you get the thumb off center, the harder you have to hold the ball to keep the ball in your hand, because as your arm comes around, this ball wants to come out. So when my thumb's in the way, I can hold the ball loose. When my thumb's out of the way, I've got to start to grip the ball harder to keep it in my hand.
And what does gripping the ball harder do? Does it slow the ball down?
Well, it'll slow your arm speed down, that's for sure, because when you grip the ball harder, you tighten your forearm, you tighten your elbow, you tighten your shoulder. And one of the keys of as you get stronger and you get your man strength in, as the big leaguers do, you can hold the ball firmer without losing your arm speed, because you can hold it tight in your hand but not tight with your elbow and your shoulder. Now, a young little leaguer, you go to ask him to grip the ball a certain way. Just the fact that you put a large object in his hand is going to tighten his arm up and slow his arm speed down.
And we should note, we're not saying that it would be appropriate for Little League players to be throwing those breaking balls.
Little League has come to the point where they really don't want people to throw the breaking ball. And I do the Little League World Series, and we have big controversy around that every year.
Yep. But that's what you work on as you get older, and that's going to be a walk. So Cruz, as the pinch hitter, puts runners on at first and third now with 1 away. The potential tying runs on base.
Once you can throw the ball hard, you have the four-seam and the two-seam fastball. You can throw the breaking stuff. Then you get to some specialty pitches. The split-finger fastball. Jonathan Papelbon, along with Mariano Rivera, you see that splitter. It goes down and away from a left-handed hitter. And then the changeup, and one of the best changeups in the game is in New York City with Johan Santana. Not an okay change, kind of a Fosh change where the power finger comes off the ball and it's held with the two middle fingers.
Thorne at the plate, first and third, and 1 away.
Now, you say power finger. What is the power finger? The index finger?
The index finger and the middle finger are the two power fingers, and to throw the changeup, you usually have to get one of those two off. And Johan Santana actually throws a four-seam Fosh. It's an adaptation between the OK change, your fingers making the OK sign, and normally the third finger would be up there, the baby finger, but he takes it and uses just the two middle fingers to have resting on the ball. And for a lot of people at home, you want to try and get the pads of this finger or this finger on the ball somewhere where it feels like your fastball. Because these two fingers right here, these pads, are what tell you where your hand is in space so that you can repeat the delivery and repeat the pitch.
Bourne's got a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Runners off first and third. He will take the pitch down low. Lilly having his problems here this inning, as now it's Houston's turn to work the pitcher. And they have got the potential go-ahead run at the plate in the person of Bourne with only one away. And Ramirez is playing in at third base. He's on the grass here with a lob toss over. Bourne has got speed, but their lead runner Wigginton at third is not a fast runner, so you would not expect you're going to see any bunt here with one away.
Well, Michael Bourne hitless in his last 16 at-bats with runners in scoring position. So this has been a tough situation for him, but also a tough guy to double up.
2-1 delivery in the dirt, and Lilly's working behind hitters. The count goes to 3-1.
Well, one of the things you have to do with a man on third as a pitcher is trust your catcher. Even with it being behind in the count, you feel like you can throw your slider in the dirt. Ted Lilly trusting Giovanni Soto.
Bourne hitting 56 with runners in scoring position, 1 for 18. And Bourne's going to up that one. That's a base hit into center field. Wigginton will score. Cruz will stop at second base, and it's a 3-2 Chicago lead.
Well, when you get yourself in a position where you have to throw the ball over the plate, even a guy who's 0 for 16 in his last runners in scoring position opportunities is going to take a pretty good hack at it, because he's sitting fastball. He gets the ball down to the zone, puts a good swing on it, staying behind the ball, driving it right back up the middle. And you've got to work ahead in those situations against the guy who's struggling. When you have to throw a fastball, you give the hitter the advantage.
Larry Rothschild, pitching coach, is out. Lou Pinella's pacing. Cubs 3-0 lead has become a 3-2 ball game. The Astros not get themselves a hit until the fourth inning when Tejada got a one-out double. Now they have got 4 hits on the board and a couple of runs. When you can't be home to watch your favorite MLB team, check out MLB.tv. You can watch every out-of-market game this season live online. For more details, visit www.mlb.com and click on MLB.tv. 3-2 ball game. Astro fans making some noise now as the Astros are coming back. Wirtz in the bullpen. First warm-up action we've had for either team. Kaz Matsui's up. Potential tying run at second. Go ahead at first. 1 down. Matsui first ball hitting back into the screen.
Well, as Kosuke Fukudome has made an impact on the Cubs, Matsui has made an impact on the Astros. They've also been a free swinging team that has gotten a little more disciplined. Not to say that every Far East player is a disciplined hitter at the plate, but these two in this game are definitely.
368 with runners in scoring position. Solid number. 288 overall. Matsui's got one out there right now in the person of Cruz, who came on to pinch hit and got a walk to help create the inning.
Well, Lilly would love a double play, but he is a significant fly ball pitcher.
Gets a chopper down to third, not hard. Fair ball. Throw to first will get the out. Good play. Ramirez grabbed that one right along the line. That will move Cruz over to third base and Bourne down to second.
Well, Matsui hits the little chopper, but the replay is really about Ramirez at third. You see the confidence he has in his arm. He doesn't even take time to set his feet. And look how quick that ball gets down there to Derek Lee. That's a strong arm at third base.
Now, a big moment in this ball game. With runners at second and third and 2 away, Miguel Tejada, who has doubled, scored, popped out, will come to the plate. 34 RBIs. One of the team leaders, obviously, in that department, getting people home. Base hit here, and the Astros could have the lead. Tejada will take the pitch for a strike. With 2 down this season, Miguel Tejada is hitting an amazing .391 with runners in scoring position and 2 away. Those are precious runs when you got 2 down. 0-1 count on him. Runners off second and third. Tejada, great off-speed pitch.
Well, when Ted Lilly strikes out a lot of people, it's the curveball and the slider and the cutter that are going, and that's got some depth to it right there at 71 miles an hour.
Well, Lilly had been running the cut fastball in on the hands of the right-handed hitters, and once he had him conscious of that, he went with the changeup away, got him to take the pitch.
Now they want to be sure, the battery does, they know exactly what they want to toss to Tejada here with an 0-2 count. Do you waste one on him?
Well, you can. You've got, I think, 2 or 3 shots here to get him out because he or Berkman are both just as tough of hitters.
He was late on that one. Fouls it off, though, up there among the girders and into the seats.
I'm making him chase something out of the zone. I'm not going to take a chance to just try to get him out quickly. They tried to climb the ladder right here. The higher than high fastball up in his eyes trying to get it. He almost catches up to that. A little too much at 91 miles per hour, doing what he can to get on top of it. But I'm making him go out of the zone, force him to take a couple pitches here. Anything too good, and he can do some damage.
He has struck out only 22 times, but drawn only 7 walks on the year. He's been putting the ball in play and hard. Runners at second and third. Cruz and Bourne. 0-2 delivery. Tejada went after one down low, and he is out of there. He's arguing about the foul tip. Soto able to come up with that. Tejada thought it might have gone into Mother Earth first, but not so. 3-2 Cubs.
It's been an industry leader for generations. Born of a rich performance heritage. Equipped with breakthrough safety features. And wrapped in a classic, timeless look. We believe great cars take a vision not everyone shares. See your authorized Mercedes-Benz dealer for special offers through Mercedes-Benz Financial.
Doug?
Christy.
I thought you were taking care of your grandma this weekend.
I am. We are.
The Keystone Light?
For Grandma.
And all that?
For Grandma. For Grandma.
And the motorized cooler?
For Grandma.
You can't always be smooth, but your beer should be. Brewed for a smooth taste that's never bitter. Keystone Light is always smooth, even when you're not.
And the 6-foot party sub? For Grandma.
Yes. Grandma. Yeah.
Here at our remote test facility, we put the Nissan Altima through over 5,000 extreme tests to help ensure long-lasting quality and durability. Of course, you'd never treat yours that way, right?
Sorry.
The Nissan Altima, made to drive, built to last.
I know, Ben. We all know. Ow!
Something just bit me. What is that?
Is your face cold?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a scorpion.
I gotta go.
Turn right.
Clear.
You're a lucky man.
Yeah, I know it.
Video share, AT&T Navigator. For more on the Z9, visit hellomoto.com.
ESPN Monday Night Baseball, brought to you by Aquafresh Extreme Clean Toothpaste, for a feeling of clean like no other. Nissan, who invites you to shift the way you move through the world. And Captain Morgan Original Spiced Rum. Drink responsibly. Captain's orders.
Great to have you with us here at Minute Maid Park in Houston. With Steve Phillips and Orel Hershiser, I'm Gary Thorne. Tim Burdick is on the mound to do the pitching. Edmonds goes after his first delivery and will ground out to second base. And Matsui making the play. One away, one pitch here in the sixth. Burdick has been outstanding in relief for them as he worked third of an inning last night, but he's not allowed to run in 12 appearances, 9 2/3 innings.
A little erratic at times. You look at the 8 walks, but only the 7 hits. The league's hitting about 212 off him. He can calm those walks down. He'll make Cecil Cooper call his name a lot this year.
Ryan Moeller, the starter, out of there. 3 runs, 7 hits over 5. Now the left-hander comes on. Mark DeRosa, who has singled, continuing his hit streak to 10 games. He's also grounded out. and has raised his average to that 303 mark. Heck of a ball game underway here for two red-hot teams, the Cubs and the Astros. Cubs leading the Central, Astros 2.5 behind in third, with the Cardinals 2 out, starting the day in second place.
I think the big question for the Astros is, can they sustain this level of play? I mean, the offense kind of carrying the load. When you look at the difference between the Cubs and the Astros, the Chicago Cubs have 19 wins from their starting pitchers. They're 19-10. The Houston Astros have 12 of their 25 wins from their starters, 13 wins out of the bullpen. That number, in my mind, doesn't really work, and it doesn't point to sustained success. Starting pitchers have to carry the day. 13 of the 25 wins for the Astros are come from behind wins. That means your starting pitchers didn't get it done, but your offense is pretty good.
That ball's going to be fouled back, and DeRosa will even up the count at 2 balls, 2 strikes. No question, it has been for Houston the ability to get the long ball going and pick up extra base hits. I mean, that's what they've done with the middle of the order, supplying most of that power, as we've showed you. They're pitching, coming in 10th in ERA, and they've given up a lot of home runs to go along with that. Murkowski warming up in the bullpen. 2-2 delivery, center field, dead center. An easy play made as Bourne is there. DeRosa retired, and there are 2 down. The NBA playoffs will continue on ESPN on Tuesday night. Before the game at 8 Eastern, you can catch the 08 NBA Draft Lottery. See what team's going to get the right to pick number 1. Then at 8:30, the Pistons and the Celtics, Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals. The 08 NBA Lottery Draft, the NBA playoffs, Tuesday night, ESPN.
How about that Celtics Cavaliers Game 7, huh? Wow.
It's one for the books.
LeBron James got one up. He put in an effort.
And it was just 1-2. I mean, they went up and down the court. It was match for match on shots. 0-1 count on Lilly, who's going to stay in. He'll take that for a strike from Burdick. 2 down, nobody on here in the 6th inning.
Well, Lou Piniella going to try to squeeze another inning out of Ted Lilly. 90 pitches so far. Early on, they went to that bullpen a lot, so he's trying to even the innings up a little bit.
And a 9-iron that he failed to connect on right there. Burdick gets a strikeout. He comes on and retires the side in order. Cubs still on top. Monday Night Baseball from Houston, 3-2.
What's your equation for keeping healthy?
I'm a chin-upping, baseball-playing, gotta-take-care-of-me, one-a-day man.
One-a-day men's, the only complete multivitamin with more selenium for prostate health.
It fits my equation better. The winner of Europe's SUV of the year with 200 turbocharged horses. You done? The all-new Volkswagen Tiguan. Bet Europe's SUV of the year? You're so compact, you're practically my size.
Europeans are crazy.
Technically, I'm European.
Exactly.
Woo! Bet I had the clever comeback.
Our world-famous barbecue burger is one of our most craveable burgers, which is why we put up these red ropes. And the electric fence. And the plexiglass wall.
Insanely delicious gourmet burgers.
Red Robin. Yum.
Code Blue. Code Blue. Code Blue.
Divide by the total sales, you'll see how we came up with the 10%.
Code Blue.
Code Blue.
The cold activated bottle from Coors Light. The mountains on the label turn blue when your beer is as cold as the Rockies.
Oh, what?
Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Take a look at Lance Berkman, second in the league in average behind Chipper Jones. He is first in home runs, 16. He's first in RBIs with 44. So you start looking at Triple Crown. If you get a chance, right now Chipper's hitting .410, the only one ahead of him in that average department. It is not easy to get. The Triple Crown has been one of those that goes by Carl Yastrzemski, the last one to do it. That was in '67 in the American League. You see the .326, 44, 121. It was Ducky Medwick in the National League, 1937, the last to win it. All-time Triple Crowns, 9 in the American League and 7 in the National League. Has Berkman got a shot? Well, you get off to a great start like this, and yeah, but a long way to go. But he certainly has made it interesting early. Berkman up, and the pitch will be taken up high. Lilly out there has struck him out and got him to hit into a fielder's choice.
And the question is, can a guy hit 400 and hit for the Triple Crown? I mean, that would be the double whammy.
That would be unique.
Wow.
Literally. Taking 4 is strike. 1-1.
I mean, what's tough to do is if you're going to hit for average, it's also difficult to hit for power. I mean, it tends not to happen the same way. The guys that are contact hitters that hit for average, we're talking about a guy with 33 extra base hits among his 65 hits this year.
He's got a 17-game hit streak he's not been able to extend yet tonight. How about this? This is the year maybe of the Triple Crown. 78 affirmed, last horse to win it. The Derby, the Preakness, and the Belmont Stakes. Yastrzemski, the last player to win it. That Triple Crown 1967, playing for the Red Sox. Yaz and affirmed. Is it Berkman's turn? 1-2 delivery taken away.
Is Big Brown from Houston? I wonder where Big Brown is from.
Well, Big Brown and Big Puma is what they call Lance Berkman. He says fast, sleek, and deadly, I think is what he said.
That's very good.
Not sure he's real sleek or fast.
2-2 pitch is going to be taken up high. Big Brown running away with the Preakness. In an amazing race. The competition will be a whole lot stiffer now going for the Triple Crown.
Hey, Edison Volquez got traded over from the Texas Rangers to the Cincinnati Reds, but in that deal was Josh Hamilton. He's got a pretty good shot in the American League at a Triple Crown.
Got him. Lily's doing a number on him. That's 2 strikeouts in a row that Lily's had against Berkman. Josh Hamilton, one of the great stories of this season, ranks 4th right now in average, but 1st in home runs and RBIs.
I mean, it's unbelievable what this kid is doing. Traded from the Cincinnati Reds and for Edinson Volquez, and that deal's really worked out for both clubs so far.
And he turned his life around, right? Quite a story.
Quite a story.
Thought he was going to be out of the game. He had to work just to get back to a normal lifestyle, much less playing baseball successfully. That is going to be it for Lilly as they wanted him out here to go to work. And they're just letting him throw a little bit more. The home plate umpire Ed Hickok's being told that they want to make the change. Good job by Lilly. Couple of walks, 6 strikeouts. A 1-run ball game as he leaves with his Cubs leading it 3-2.
We torture tested 2 cars to prove a point about maximum horsepower. The black car with Castrol Syntec, the red, the leading conventional oil. In torture tests, Castrol Syntec 5W30 maintained maximum horsepower 29% longer. Conventional oil got smoked.
Don't you use conventional oil?
Not anymore.
Want more proof? Go to CastrolSyntec.com. It's more than just oil. It's liquid engineering.
Relationships in life are more important than the one between you and your Michelin tires. Rugged, long-lasting Michelin truck tires. Michelin, a better way forward.
What do you think of Mike Wallace and the Geico Toyota?
Whatever. He's out there selling car insurance. I'm out there to win.
Isn't he your cousin?
I didn't say I wouldn't go fishing with the man. All I'm saying is, he comes near me, I'll put him in the wall.
You don't even race in the series.
Listen, go-kart track, grocery store, those remote-controlled boats. When it comes to Mike Wallace, the story ends with me putting him in the wall.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
John Saunders back at our studios here at ESPN. Nivea for men taking us out to the Red Sox, where Lester is a sweet throwing lefty. He's got the breaking ball going, the fastball going as well. Through 6 1/3, he's gotten a no-hitter, including 6 strikeouts and just 1 walk as well. If he takes that no-hitter into the 9th, we'll take you out there, Gary.
All right, John, he's trying to Clay Buchholz, Kansas City there for the Red Sox, and we'll keep you updated. There's Lilly, great job, 2 runs, 4 hits, 5 1/3. 3 of Lily's 6 strikeouts were against Berkman and Tejada. Not bad.
Well, only 6 strikeouts tonight, coming off double-digit strikeouts his last 2 games tonight. He was in the middle of the plate at times, but had very, very good movement. Tailing fastball, a cut fastball, a slider down and into righties that was good. And he had the Houston Astro hitters off balance using height and width and movement.
He will stick around now as he leaves with a chance to win the ball game. And the veteran 38-year-old right-hander John Lieber comes out of the bullpen to face Carlos Lee and starts him with a strike. Lieber back with the team where he had some great years as a starter. Bloops that one to second, and that's going to be a base hit. Carlos Lee with a nubber. A 1-out single there in the 6th inning for the Astros.
Well, this ball, as it loses velocity, the spin, it's off the end of the bat, a little cutter or slider, but you see as it loses velocity, that spin takes over and takes it away. And just a great effort laying out, but it's not going to happen when the ball's that far away from you.
Houston trying to battle back, get another one. There are the numbers for Lieber.
He's gotten a start. He came into spring training this year battling for a starting position, lost that battle, but has gotten 1 start when Rich Hill went down to the minors. Could also fill in there, but a nice veteran presence on the Cubs that can throw strikes and battle you. Usually works very, very fast.
Worked an inning on Saturday, struck out 3. 1 down here, runner at first base, grounded towards short. There's one. Relay to Rosa over to first base, and that's going to be the inning. Hunter Pence hits into the double play. No runs a hit. Nobody left on. 3-2 Cubs.
A week ago, if I heard the name Ford, I wouldn't even consider test driving a Ford. That's me. This is perfect.
We knew that people who don't drive a Ford would be surprised by Ford. So we went from town to town and friend to friend, inviting real people to drive one.
Nice and sporty.
Beautiful. I'm excited.
There we go. Oh, yeah.
Navigation is definitely a plus.
I love this car. I want to keep it. I had so much fun driving it.
There we go.
Yeah.
Drive an Escape with 0 for 60 or choose 2,000 cash back. Visit a Ford store or go to localfordstores.com and drive one.
I was just driving around, minding my own business. When it came out of nowhere, suddenly there were lights all around me. I'm like, they're coming for me. Yeah, it was crazy. I just never thought they'd find me. Not out here.
It doesn't matter where you drive. If you don't buckle up, you will get caught. Cops are cracking down all across the country. Click it or ticket.
Celtics, Eastern Conference Finals, Game 1. The long-awaited matchup of the top 2 teams in the East is finally here. Detroit's playoff-tested veterans are rested and ready for the favorites, while Boston survived 2 brutal 7-game series and remains undefeated at home. The Eastern Conference Finals. Coverage of Game 1 begins Tuesday at 7:30 with the 2008 NBA Draft Lottery on ESPN.
We gave the C-Class high-strength steel reinforcements, improved aerodynamics, top and bottom, and 100 years of racing heritage only we can provide. You may not see all that went into making the C-Class, but you will feel it. See your authorized Mercedes-Benz dealer for a special lease offer through Mercedes-Benz Financial.
The new single, It's Not My Time, by the band 3 Doors Down from their self-titled album being released on Tuesday. Playing those hits while you're spraying those pits. It's Soriano. That was the early morning disc jockey stuff right back in the 60s. A 1-0 count.
You did a little of that, didn't you?
I did way too much of that, actually. Soriano's flied out a couple of times and has drawn an intentional pass. Fernando Nieve out of the bullpen, only his 2nd appearance, just coming back to the majors.
Just called up on the 16th. Alfonso Soriano facing the young 25-year-old. Wanted to get these Cubs another run or 2 The Cubs bullpen's pretty solid now with Marmol and Howry and Kerry Wood.
Soriano with a vicious cut right there, and a 2-ball 1-strike count. Now it has been turned over to the bullpens, even though the starters are still the pitchers of record on each side. Nieves pitched an inning and 2/3 on the 17th against Texas in his return from AAA. He will miss outside to Soriano. We played at Round Rock. DL got him back up here, and now he's looked to in an important ball game in a big situation.
3-3 in his big league career with a 4.2 ERA. He's a pretty solid pitcher.
3-1 delivery to Soriano, fouled straight back. 3-2.
Nieves is a guy that was having some problems health-wise. They thought it was asthma and then diagnosed him with some sort of a protein problem that was causing him to have allergic reactions. So he's on medication now. He wasn't able to sleep at night because he kept waking up coughing. He's taken some injections, some medication. He's gotten that under control. He's now sleeping much better and pitching much better.
3-2 delivery on the way, and he got him. So Nieves comes on and gets a strikeout. There's been a no-hitter underway. Let's get an update on it. John.
Well, Lester is showing no sign of letting down. There's a fastball right down the middle to Billy Butler. That's a strikeout. Second batter in the 8th, Miguel Oliva. And he takes a breaking ball, swings at that one, and a miss. And he's through 2 in the 8th.
All right, John, thanks very much. John will keep us posted here as Boston's John Lester looking for the no-hitter against Kansas City and deep into that ball game. Brian Terrio up. He has had an 0 for 3 in the game, hitting at .325. Nieves' pitch will be fouled straight back, and the count will go to 1-1. Good ball game here. 3-7-0 for the Cubs, 2-5-0 for the Astros. Cubs have left 6. The Astros have left 4.
I'll tell you what, the ball game didn't get any scoring until after the light went out from the roof coming in, the glass. The first 3 innings, it was 0-0. After that, next few innings, 5 runs, 9 hits. So it changes when you can see the ball.
Starter Brian Moeller, 3 runs, 7 hits over 5 innings. On the other side, Ted Lilly, 5 1/3, 2 runs, 4 hits. He had 6 strikeouts and a couple of walks. Nieves will miss down low with that one, and the count will go to 2 balls and 2 strikes. This is the first of this series, second series of the year between these two teams, who will meet 18 times over the course of the year. Ryan Dempster 5-1, and Chris Sampson tomorrow. Sean Gallagher and Sean Chacon will work game 3.
Boy, how good has Ryan Dempster been for the Chicago Cubs this year? He's been fantastic in that rotation, moving from the closer's role last year into the starting rotation. And he's been their most consistent starting pitcher, right along with Carlos Zambrano.
Picking up where Dennis Eckersley left off.
Yeah, and he took a page out of Greg Maddox's book, took some tips there, trying to be more efficient with his pitches, and it really has made him more effective.
3-2 delivery, foul back again by Terrio. We'll keep you updated in the situation, Boston, Kansas City, on Lester's attempt to pitch that no-hitter. 3-2 count here on Terrio. Soriano, 9-game hit streak. He's not been able to extend it in this ball game. Mark DeRosa, 9-game hit streak, is now 10. He did extend it. Soriano at the top of the order has not seen many pitches. That's going to be a base hit. And going into the corner is Lee. Terrio on his way to second base. He'll make the turn there as Lee will get it back in. It's a 1-out double here in the 7th inning. Let's get an update on what Lester's doing. John.
Well, Lester right now is going to make himself 3 outs away from a no-hitter. Tehan goes deep to center field, but short of the track. And he's out of the 8th inning. The 8, 9, and 1 hitters coming up in the 9th.
Wow.
Bodes well for the future of the Boston Red Sox. Clay Buchholz threw the no-hitter September 1st last season against the Orioles, and now the other young starter in that rotation, John Lester, making a challenge for a no-hitter as well. And you're not mentioning Josh Beckett and Daisuke Matsuzaka, so the future of the Boston Red Sox looks very bright.
And right now for the Cubs, trying to add to their lead, out hitting the Astros 8-5. This is Lee hitting at .284. Derek Lee's had an 0 for 3 in the ball game. Terrio's on second base, picking up his 9th double of the season. Terrio being held close to the bag by Kazmatsui, the second baseman. 1-0 delivery to Lee will be taken down low. Derek Lee is really in a struggle right now when it comes to hitting. He's had only 2 hits in his last 28 at bats. That covers a 7-game span, including this one. He would like to get out of that right now because a base hit here probably mean an RBI. 2-0 delivery on the way to him, and Lee will pump it foul. 2-1.
Well, where Derek Lee's had some problems today is the ball in the outer third of the plate. As you notice in his stance, he opens up wide when he starts, and then he has the leg kick to bring his front foot back. But if he doesn't get that started early enough, he ends up having to rush to get the foot down, and he starts spinning off, unable to reach the ball in the outer third of the plate. Let's see if he gets that foot down early enough to be able to cover the outside.
Delivery to him, he did. That's going to be a base hit into center field, making the turn. Terrio. Thorne will get it into second base. RBI single for Lee. And the Cubs extend their lead to 4-2.
They set up away again on him because that's where his vulnerability has been. The ball has been beyond his bat. This time he starts his stride and gets the foot down on the ground early enough to be able to let the ball get deep into the zone, and he's not spinning off. Look how early he got the foot down there. The ball not quite out as far as it needed to be. That's a good looking swing right there. Good balance at the plate, hitting against the front leg, picking up a big run.
That is his 30th RBI of the season as Fernando Nieve comes on and gives up, after getting a first strikeout, the double to Terrio, who scores, and the single to Lee. Pitch taken down low. Ramirez, 2 singles and is grounded out, a 2 for 3, 282 in the year. So the Cubs rattling around here with their offense. 4 runs on 9 hits now in the ball game. The Astros were behind 3-0 before they got a run in the 4th. Got another one in the 5th and cut it to 1, but were not able to do anything since. 1-0 pitch, breaking ball inside.
You know, in the 4th inning, Ramirez started the rally with a single, but I think it was the most important at bat of that inning because it was an 11 pitch at bat. Brian Moeller just could not get him out, and he got the base hit past Miguel Tejada, and then Kosuke Fukudome walked, and then the big shot by Giovanni Soto. But it was that at bat that logged the pitches and won the battle to ultimately win the war against Moeller during that inning.
And 2 things happen when you take the pitch count up. Not only is the pitcher more fatigued for that inning and you can capitalize, but then you usually get to the underbelly of most pitching staff, which is their long relief, middle relief, and that's where we are right now with the Houston staff.
Burdick came on, worked an inning, and got a strikeout after Brian Moeller left, the starter. Discussion at the mound. Dewey Robinson, pitching coach, out there. Aramis Ramirez has a hitter's count, 2-0-2. Derek Lee at first base. Put that one in, popped it up, shallow right field. Pence will move in underneath it, runner halfway. He's got it. Ramirez is retired, and there are 2 down. Take a look at our game track presented by Captain Morgan. Giovanni Soto, inside the park home run. Nobody was sure if it was a real home run or not. He didn't take a chance. He just came in and got 3 RBIs on it. Carlos Lee with the RBI single. That came in the 4th inning. Miguel Tejada, who had doubled and stole 3rd, came in to score. And that one ripped down the line as the Astros were able to get back into this ball game. Bourne's RBI in the 5th inning. Now Derek Lee has added an RBI here to make it a 4-2 ball game. 2 down. Fukudome up. Runner on at first is still Derek Lee. Hitting at .316 on the year. Yeah, they trying to keep it right where it is at 2 runs with this Houston offense and 3 more at bats to come. They've got plenty of time to get themselves back in and over in this ball game. .316 on the season for him. He has picked up 5 hits on the year already against Houston. 5 for 13. This is the 4th game these teams have played this year. 1 ball, 1 strikeout. He'll be back into the seats. 1-2.
Well, in all 3 of Fukudome's at bats today, he's gone to a 3-2 count. Prior to this at bat, he saw 20 pitches in those 3 at bats, and we talk about his impact of patience and working the pitcher and the impact it has on the lineup. We've seen it here on the road where he hasn't been as successful during the course of the season as he has been at home.
And a throw over, lob toss. Lee has virtually no lead over there at first base. Ugadomi with a 1-ball, 2-strike count. We're going to update you on Boston's John Lester in the attempt to throw a no-hitter against Kansas City, heading to the 9th inning for Lester. 1-2 delivery on the way, started to go, took it inside, helps hold the runner up, and will get the count to 2 balls and 2 strikes. His career in Japan, he was a .305 career hitter. He had 192 home runs, as many as 34 back in '03 in Japan. A couple of years where he went over the 100 RBI total. Lee at first, still a very short lead. Berkman holding. 2-2 delivery. That's going to be fouled back again, and we're going to check in with John Saunders. John.
All right, Gary, we are into the 9th inning as John Lester's looking for a no-hitter. Let's join Don Orsillo and Jerry Remy.
2-0. Ball that Herman hit early in the game. A line drive to Youkilis, who was well off the line and right at him. Youkilis well off the line again.
Ball 3, and it's 3-0. 1 walk for Lester in his outing. Action in case. Chris Smith up in the Red Sox pen. Added to the team yesterday. There's a strike, 3-1. On now, Tony Pena on deck. Ball 4, and a leadoff walk for Esteban Herman. The second walk surrendered tonight by John Lester. And the first base runner for Kansas City since the 2nd inning. Breaks up a string of 20 in a row retired by Lester. Here's Pena. He's done the same thing twice. Let's ground out to the shortstop. Swing and a miss.
I'm a little bit surprised to see Youkilis holding the runner on first base. 7-0 ball game.
Chopped high, low. Throws to first for the out. Up to second goes Herman, but there's one down now in the 9th.
Boy, saw that ball bounce in front of home plate. You just hoped it was not too high. You can see Lowell getting himself in a good position to make the throw, catch and throw. And Youkilis staying in contact with that first base bag.
You know, 2 of the best corner guys in baseball. Lowell at third, Youkilis at first. The combination gets it done for out number 1. Herman's at second. Here's De Jesus, who's 0 for 3. Inside for a ball. You think about this John Lester story, a guy who battled back from cancer and then was on the mound for the clinching game of the World Series last year for the Red Sox, the winner in Game 4 in Colorado. And now has 1 out in the 9th inning in what could be another historic night for John Lester. Fouled off, and it's 1-1.
Now, John Lester has been aggressive all night. He's been ahead of most of the hitters he's faced in this game tonight. He's worked at a very quick pace.
The 1-1. Just off the outside edge, and he falls behind 2-1. Young Clay Buchholz knows what this is all about.
Yeah, he probably knows exactly what's going through Lester's mind right now.
Swing and a miss, and it's even at 2-2.
Excellent cut fastball from Lester as he cuts it to the outside part of the plate.
This will be the 125th pitch of the night for John Lester. Far and away the most he's thrown at any time. 2-2. On the ground to first baseman Kevin Youkilis, who will take it himself, and there's 2 down in the 9th. Lester is 1 out away.
Another great pitch by Lester. After the cut fastball away, goes back inside and jams DeJesus for a weak ground ball to first base. Back inside, that's where Veritek wanted it. They tie him up, and they get a little dribbler down to first base.
Herman at third with 2 outs. Alberto Calaspo came in defensively, bats for the first time. Fouls it off to the right, and it's 0-1. Fenway Park stands as 1 with 2 outs. To Calaspo. Lester's a strike away. Up top for a ball, 1-2. One and 2 the count. Calaspo lines it foul. Stays alive. One ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 9th inning. Strikes out. John Lester's thrown a no-hitter at Fenway. He no-hits the Kansas City Royals.
Well, you heard the guys talk about Clay Buchholz last year, throwing a no-hitter. John Lester's the 18th in Red Sox history. That's second most in Major League history to the Los Angeles Dodgers, who have 20. Congratulations to John Lester. Right now, back to Gary.
John, thanks very much. What a story for Boston's John Lester. It's still a 4-2 ball game here, by the way, going to the 8th inning. You see that 4 of the last 6 American League no-hitters have come from the Red Sox. Lester getting his, Buchholz against the O's last year, Derek Lowe and Hideo Nomo the others. 4 of the last 6. Lester, of course, coming back, having to battle cancer to get back into baseball, and whether he was going to get back to the majors remained an issue for a while. And here he comes not only back, but he gets a no-hitter.
He pitches the clinching Game 4 of the World Series last year, and I mean, he's come all the way back. And you know, from the depths of what he must have felt when the diagnosis came down for cancer to where he is today, I mean, it is an absolutely dramatic story and a fine young man. It couldn't happen to a nicer kid.
And he wasn't. Kansas City's not a weak team this year. They're hitting .264. They're 5th in the American League in hitting. Mark Grudzolana came in tonight leading the American League in hitting. And so this was not just a weak team that Kansas City's not putting out there. Grudzolana was hitting .331.
Yeah, they've got a good one. Gordon at third base has picked the bat up a little bit this year. Good ball club. Congratulations to Lester. John Lester in Boston with a no-hitter. Here it is a 4-2 game. The Cubs are on top. We go to the 8th inning. You saw Wesley Wright, 23-year-old left-hander who's come on to do the pitching. Nieve worked an inning, gave up a run on 3 hits in the 7th inning. Double by Terrio, an RBI base hit by Derek Lee to add a run to the Cubs lead. And now they'll try and add more to it as we go to the 8th inning. Edmonds is up. He has singled in 3 times to the plate and made a fantastic catch in center field. Wesley Wright, the left-hander, acquired Rule 5 from the Dodgers. And that will be taken down low, 2-1.
Well, not uncommon to see a left-handed pitcher selected in a Rule 5 draft. The Dodgers left him unprotected, not on their Major League roster. The Astros paid $50,000 to bring him to their Major League team.
2-1 delivery, and he got a heater up, and he could not catch up to that one. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Jim Edmonds.
That Rule 5 draft is created so that the Players Association doesn't allow organizations to stockpile talent. As talent looks like it's ready to blossom for the next level, you're allowed to draft a player 1 level above the contract that he has.
Here's the 2-2 delivery. Edmonds will take that one outside.
Isn't there stipulation he has to stay at that level for the full year?
For the Major League draft, he has to stay at the Major League level for the full year. And if they don't keep him, the Astros, they have to put him through waivers and then offer him back to the Dodgers for $25,000.
3-2 delivery, and Edmonds a little late on a heater right there. That's a real incentive not to make a mistake on a guy and not to let him go again. Jim Edmonds, a catch you're going to see repeated the rest of your life, made here tonight.
Well, he had a beat on it. You see him like a wide receiver catching the over-the-shoulder touchdown catch. We've seen him do it many times in his career.
And foul back again. It'll stay at 3-2.
And the only place in baseball when you make a catch like this, you have to go through an obstacle course. You've got the flagpole on the field there. You've got the little hill there at 436, and great reactions after this. Even Carlos Leo was on base, chiding him a little bit, saying, "What are you doing to my club?"
Wow. Robbing him is what he was doing. And a chopper that he reached for, good as a bunt. Good play made to get that over there, Wesley Wright. Edmonds is retired, 1 away in the 8th inning. Join ESPN for Wednesday Night Baseball. National League East rivals Jose Reyes and the Mets take on Chipper Jones, league's leading hitter, and the Atlanta Braves. Wednesday Night Baseball presented by Goodyear will come up at 7 o'clock Eastern. After the game, stick around. Baseball tonight presented by CDW at 10 Eastern on Wednesday. Gary Thorne, Orel Hershiser, Steve Phillips, and our great crew on hand here, and a good one as the Cubs and Astros going at it for the 4th time. Cubs taking 2 out of 3 at Wrigley earlier in the season. Here's DeRosa, and he lashes that one to left field. Lee Cumming will have to play it on a hop. DeRosa's on. He's had a 2-for-4, 10-game hit streak. That'll be hit number 11 for the Cubs in the ballgame.
Mark DeRosa now hitting over 300. Play right field, left field, third base, second base, first base. Nice tool for Lou Piniella, and a great smile and an awesome guy in the clubhouse.
Ronnie Cedeno is going to be the pinch hitter for Lieber, who did a good job coming on out of the bullpen as he worked an inning in 2/3. He gave up just 1 hit. So Lieber did his part. Now Cedeno hitting at .324, and he'll take the fastball up high. Cedeno off the bench this season, 1-for-4 as a pinch hitter. He's had only 68 at bats. You compare that with the 140 plus for the regulars. Does have some impressive numbers though for limited at bats, a home run and 19 RBIs. 1-0 count to Cedeno. A lob toss over to get DeRosa back.
On the category of some trades are the best ones you never make. The Brian Roberts discussions with the Baltimore Orioles. Mike Wirtz warming up there, likely to come in. But, the Cubs talked to the Orioles about Brian Roberts a lot to play second base, be a bat in this lineup. Cedeno was going to be included in that deal. Sean Gallagher was a guy in that deal. Sean Marshall, possible pitcher in that deal. And all of those guys have played important roles in the Cubs' success so far this year. And that pitching depth coming in awfully handy. I'll be reluctant to give that up, especially with a guy like DeRosa that can play second base and do so much, getting on base at a 400 clip.
2-0 delivery on the way. That'll be taken for a strike. Cedeno making him throw a bit here, 2-1. With just 1 down. Cubs know how vital it is with 2 more at-bats coming up for Houston, and with the middle of that lineup getting at least 1 more shot at it to add on whatever they can. Add on probably an inappropriate term in a 4-2 ball game against the Astros. The delivery swung on a miss. He put that one by him before he got the swing going.
Well, you can see what the Houston scouts like when they pick this young man from the Dodgers in the Rule 5 drafts. Got a nice live arm. That fastball seems like it's heavy even from up here in the booth.
Cedeno 265 off the lefties. About 100 points better off right-handers. Little lob toss over again to first base.
It's a great story in USA Today talking about veteran scouts and the old-time scouts in the game, and Harry Minor, longtime New York Mets scout, Bob Harrison,
Al Lamacchia,
some veteran scouts and their importance to organizations. For every player that's out here on the field, they were found in some way and in some place, playing in the sandlots in the Dominican Republic or Venezuela or in California or Michigan or Maine or wherever they were playing. Some scout watched them play, got them drafted and signed into an organization, and at some point somebody maybe helped get them traded to a club. So those scouts are really the foundation of every single organization. Without them, no general manager would be successful, no manager would be successful, and no franchise would be successful. And baseball, as part of the story, needs to do something for these veteran scouts. They're working on a pittance, just trying to survive, doing what they love to do, and they have to find a way to supplement the non-uniform players' pension plan to help these longtime scouts.
Cedeno, as a pinch hitter, will draw the base on balls, putting runners on at first and second now here in the 8th inning. And certainly one thing that's been learned over time is that despite all the computers and all of the information that gets relayed electronically, you have to go out and see guys. And most good scouts not only see them play the game, but they meet them, they talk to them, and they want to get to know who they are. Because it makes a big difference, not only about the numbers, but who they are as people before you make a selection.
Well, it's not numbers that play the game, it's people that play the game, and I think that's really the issue as to what the scout can do, because when he's at the game, he's not just watching, he's going to talk to coaches, to players, to other people to find out about the individual and how it impacts the game.
We are going to get a pitching change here as Chicago's trying to add on some big runs. 4-2, Cubs up, and they've got 2 on.
From coast to coast, cops are cracking down on seatbelt violations. Buckle up day and night or expect a ticket.
It doesn't matter who you are or where you live. They'll be on the lookout. Cops write tickets to save lives. Click it or ticket.
Hey, I heard Justin Rose is coming back again to demo the new tour burner.
Yeah, but this time, we're ready.
The new tour burner is quite techy. Even you guys can launch it like a Tour Pro. Beat that, and I'll take you to England to meet the Queen. Man, I bombed that one. Pretty safe, huh?
Bully! Bruiser! Dude, you're a beast!
Never thought about myself like that before.
I think they were talking about the tour burner.
The biggest selection of tailor-made burner family of products at Dick's Sporting Goods.
Loctite Power Grab grabs instantly with 9 times higher initial hold than the leading brand. Without bracing and without hammering. Loctite Power Grab. Project solved.
Hurry in now for Toyota's banner sales event with great deals on a huge selection of Toyotas. Check out the all-new Corolla. Toyota Corolla is the #1 selling subcompact in America. An excellent value. Each and every one is backed by Toyota's legendary quality and reliability. Corolla is also fuel efficient with a 35 miles per gallon highway rating. Drive one home today. The banner sales event. Big savings, big selection. See your Toyota dealer today.
Back here in Houston with the Cubs leading at 4-2. Out hitting the Astros 11-5. They're trying to add some more here in the 8th inning. This is Dave Borkowski coming on. You look at the numbers, 0-2 record. Take a look at the hits and innings pitched. Not a good sign. He's got 2 on here with DeRosa on at second base, Cedeno at first, and Soriano. Soriano has had an 0 for 3 and an intentional pass in this game. Soriano's 0 for 6 lifetime off Borkowski, the 31-year-old right-hander.
And he's got a little mini 9-game hitting streak on the line right here.
Kind of a thunderous 9-game hitting streak, wasn't it?
Well, mini and thunderous. Mini in length, thunderous in output.
He didn't like that call as he backs off, looking back at the home plate umpire, Ed Hickox.
When you swing at 42% of the pitches out of the zone, I'm sorry, you don't get the right to turn around and argue a strike call that the umpire gives you. You tend to swing at that pitch anyways.
He pulls the ball here. He'll have a home run. If he can get it up in the air. Here's the 1-1 delivery on the way. He tried to. Borkowski's had his problems getting first batters. He's faced 16 of them and retired only 6. Yikes.
That's the kind of guy you look at those stats as a pitching coach and a manager and you say, this is the kind of guy we want to have start his own innings. We don't want to bring him in the middle of innings.
So what did they do?
There's a need.
There's a need, yeah.
They tried to come inside right there and he didn't get it in quite far enough.
Soriano, 1 ball, 2 strike count. Runners off first and second base. Soriano on one that ate him up inside. Got him.
Well, Jim Leland says it all the time. Your bullpen's good when you use them because you want to use them, not because you have to use them. And they again set up inside and run that little 2-seam fastball that Orel talked about earlier. Little tail movement, just getting it in a little bit further. Soriano with that big swing couldn't keep the hands inside the ball. Swings around it and over it.
So he's had a tough night, an 0 for 4. Now there are 2 down. Here is Theriot. Terriot's had a double that came his last time up, 1 for 4 in the ball game. Borkowski has not had good success against Theriot with the 4 for 6. Theriot. The runners get the advantage here with 2 away. They'll be off on any contact. Ryan Theriot takes a breaking ball outside, ball 1. Outfield shaded over to right. They give him the gap in left center, not figuring he's going to pull the ball here. 2:58 with runners in scoring position for Theriot. 1-0 delivered. Up the middle. That's going to be a base hit. That will bring around DeRosa to score. The throw to the plate cut off. They've got the runner caught in a rundown. Cedeno chasing him back. You're looking at the 3rd out coming here, and there's the tag. The run, however, will count. Terrio gets the RBI single. The Cubs add to their lead. It is 5-2.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and crack.
Want to lead the singing of Take Me Out to the Ball Game? At the 2008 All-Star Game, enter your video at MLB.com/Baby Ruth for your chance to win.
In the 25 years I've been working in crash safety, I've done thousands of crash tests, I would guess. And while we have more 5-star crash test ratings than anyone, that's not the whole story. We go way beyond just testing for stars. We're doing testing right now in what's called the Vertex Simulator that looks at how people behave when they drive. There's no 5-star test for that, but if we can make a vehicle safer, it could help save someone's life. I'm Dr. Steve Rohanna, and this is the Ford Edge. Drive one.
We should come up with a new Mike's Hard Lemonade.
Yeah, something for fat guys.
Presenting Mike's Hard Light Lemonade.
I'm with you.
I'm with my fountain of youth.
I'm with my best friend. I'm with my hero.
I'm with the advisor I trust.
With is a powerful thing. A.G. Edwards is now with Wachovia Securities. See what happens when you're with.
The beauty of an original is in the originality of its beauty, inspired by light, glass, and imagination. With its striking design and touch of color finish, the new Samsung Full HD Series 6 will make you wonder, is it art or is it television?
ESPN Monday Night Baseball, brought to you by One-A-Day Men's, the official multivitamin of MLB, specially formulated for prostate health, and Toyota, moving forward.
The game turned over to the bullpens here in Houston with both of these starters still the pitcher of record as the Cubs a big run. Terrio gets it on the RBI single in the 8th. And then the rundown would end the inning. Cedeno getting caught between second and third. Here is Michael Wirtz, 21st game that he has appeared in. Bourne up trying to bunt his way on, fouls it off for a strike.
Well, with Wirtz being in the game right here, Carlos Marmol, normally the 8th inning designated pitcher for the Cubs, who really can dominate, pitched the last 2 nights. Wirtz in there tonight, showing confidence that their bullpen is deep. John Lieber was in there tonight instead of Bobby Howry. Good sign for the Chicago Cubs.
Foul ball, I think. Yeah, he thought that hit him in the batter's box, but it did not. It went foul. Bourne never took off, and the home plate umpire, Ed Hickox, waited. He did not think it touched him, so if it had stayed fair, that would have been an easy out, but it did not. 1, 2, 3 in the order for Houston here in the bottom half of the 8th inning, down 5-2. And that's going to be a base hit into right field, and that's what the Astros needed. Bourne is on, second hit, 2 for 4, leadoff single.
Well, Michael Bourne rewarded tonight, being moved up to the leadoff spot again where he originated. Cecil Cooper saying that he is swinging the bat better. The average doesn't say it, but the manager knew his hitter. He's lined out to first, and 2 other base hits that he's hit hard. He is swinging the bat well, staying calm with quick hands.
Now, Giovanni Soto wanted that breaking ball in the dirt. He kind of touched the ground with his glove, saying, bounce it, I'll block it. He left it hanging up and down and into the lefty, and he ripped it in the right field.
Now it gets real interesting. You got the middle of this order coming up for Houston. Matsui batting 2. He has walked, gone 0 for 2 in the ball game. That is hit number 6 for the Astros, getting Bourne on at first. Then you have Tejada and Berkman scheduled up here. The Thunder in Houston. Matsui hitting at 286. In at third base, Ramirez. He's on the grass. That pitch is going to be taken down low. 1 ball and 1 strike. Lieber came on for an inning and 2/3, gave up only 1 hit. Outfield pretty much straight away here. And obviously what Matsui does not want to do is hit into a double play. Marmol, who Orel was just talking about, is in the pen now. Throw over to get Bourne back.
I find it interesting, Marmol getting up right now. I mean, if you're going to bring him in if he gets into trouble, then maybe you bring him in a 3-run game and just close it out like that. I guess you have to manage for tomorrow sometimes as well, but I wondered if he got in a little jam if Marmol would get up, and he is.
Matsui is not hit into a double play this season. He's got good speed. He comes out of that left side. Larry Rothschild, the pitching coach, checking in with the bullpen.
I was a pitching coach for the Rangers for 3.5 years. A lot of those conversations between coach and managers about, do you think we can get through this inning with Wirtz?
Runner goes, hit and run. Here's the throw, and it is not in time. Snow cone by Terrio, but a stolen base on a hit and run play as he was looking back at the hitter.
Well, Cecil Cooper said it's automatic when this kid goes, and 19 out of 22 now. He can absolutely fly. You see him get a pretty decent jump right there. Not a bad pitch to throw by Soto, but he bounces the throw down there, and Bourne able to get in and still hold the bag as his momentum was taking him by it just a little bit. Terrio does a nice job trying to hold the tag just in case he comes off the base.
Now a runner at second and a 2-ball 1-strike count takes away that double play opportunity. Swung on and foul tipped. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
I'm not a big fan of that stolen base. I'd leave the man on first in the hole over there for Matsui. I wouldn't risk being thrown out with where I'm coming in the order with Berkman, Tejada, and Lee coming up. I know it gets you out of the double play, but you have to make it.
Matsui's going to get one, a base hit into right field. Bourne had to hold. He'll stop at third as Fukudome will get it in. And there are runners on at first and third, 8th inning, and nobody out. Let's check in with John Saunders.
Well, right now it's the top of the hour. We want to remind everyone, baseball tonight will come up when your game is done. And, of course, I think they'll have something to say about the Red Sox, John Lester, and his no-hitter, and hoping to get an interview with him as well. That's all coming up when we are done in Houston. Gary, back to you.
All right, John, thanks very much. We're going to get a pitching change here as Wirtz came on and gave up a couple of hits. There are 2 on now, and Tejada.
What's your equation for keeping healthy?
I'm a chin-upping, baseball-playing, gotta-take-care-of-me, one-a-day man.
One-a-day men's, the only complete multivitamin with more selenium for prostate health.
It fits my equation better.
The perfectly mixed mojito comes home. New Smirnoff cocktails.
Bullies.
Yellow Book will always help you find what you're really looking for. Say yellow to the future. Yellow Book.
So much good can come from a game. When I was younger, I was part of RBI, reviving baseball in inner cities. It brings kids together, builds confidence, and creates opportunity. And a great program. Major League Baseball proudly supports RBI.
1, 2, 3, RBI! What would you do if I sang out of tune? Would you stand up and walk out on me? Lend me your ears and I'll sing you a song, and I'll try not to sing out of key. Oh, I get by with a little help from my friends. Yeah, I'm gonna try with a little help from my friends. Oh, I get by with a little help from my friends, with a little help from my friends.
At Hampton, we love having you here.
Well, great matchups, and here they come. And here comes the guy who's got 11 holds, far and away the leader, Carlos Marmol, the right-hander.
Outstanding fastball and slider, 94, 96 mile an hour movement. Slider has depth, and he has been very effective this year.
First and third with nobody out. Here's Miguel Tejada. Runner goes. They throw through. And not in time on a close play with a runner staying at third. And here comes Sweet Lou. A stolen base. Matsui with Tejada up and nobody out, and they almost got him. Joe West, the umpire, at second base.
I think Joe West's explanation on this is the tag must have been up high and the feet got into the base. Lou's saying no, he got the tag down.
Pop-up slide. Does he get to the bag? He's out. Matsui doesn't do the pop-up slide. He goes all the way in. Looks like he gets him on the shoulder before the foot reaches. Yeah, he's out. Watch the flex in the knee.
Watch Matsui flinch like he's going to get hit with the ball, and by doing that, he puts his arm up and exposes it for the tag. Fortunately, he still gets the safe call.
Now Miguel Tejada, 1-0 delivery, and he pops it up. Shortstop, Terrio. Runners got to stay right where they are as Terrio gets it back in. Big out on Tejada.
Now, it doesn't come into play, but I don't like the base running from Michael Bourne standing on third base. He's got to come down the line a little bit. If perchance they drop that pop-up, he scores. If he's standing on third, he doesn't end up scoring.
Here comes Lou Piniella out to have a word again. Marmol here has got to face guys with a grand total of 800 career home runs in Tejada, Berkman, and Carlos Lee in a ball game where there's only a 3-run differential, so he's far from out of it. ESPN's Game of the Week live from the Windy City. Guerrero and the Angels taking on Dye and the White Sox. Sunday Night Baseball presented by Taco Bell. 8 o'clock Eastern Time. ESPN coverage will begin. Baseball tonight driven by Chevy at 7 Eastern. Well, this is a matchup you long for as a baseball fan. You got a guy trying to extend his 17-game hit streak. He's the hottest hitter in Major League Baseball against Carlos Marmol, the setup man, who's been as good as anybody at getting key outs.
Pitching to him.
Lance Berkman, first base open. Do they mean it, though?
Well, the instruction from Lou Piniella would probably be, do you want to pitch to him or not? Yeah, I do. Well, make him hit your pitch. I don't care if you walk him.
Always dangerous. 1-0 delivery, and he got one to swing at, 1-1.
See, I'm not sure that Lou goes out there and asks Marmol. I think he tells him what to do because he's a young guy.
But I throw every pitch. If I'm Marmol, I throw every pitch. If my instruction from the manager is that, like the count is 0-2. No matter what the scoreboard says, in my mind, I'm throwing an 0-2 pitch.
I walk him. I do not pitch to him.
Berkman is 2 for 6 off him with a home run, but Marmol's got the count right now, 1-2.
I know you got guys that you trust, and we've debated this in past games. I don't like going out there saying, hey, just don't throw something good to hit, because the first thing you picture is something good to hit.
Hitting streak maybe on the line here. He would not chase that. Berkman has had only 20 strikeouts before tonight, but he has struck out the last 2 times he has been up in this ball game. In fact, they left the left-hander Ted Lilly on in the 6th inning just to face him. They struck him out, and then the starter Lilly came out. Here he's got Bourne on at third and Kaz Matsui on at second.
And it's pick your poison in this lineup with Berkman and Carlos Lee on deck.
The delivery's way outside that time.
Well, prior to the decision to pitch to him, I wanted to walk him also. I'm just trying to support or trying to anticipate what Piniella said. But the choice is really not Berkman or Lee. The choice is Berkman or Hunter Pence, who's behind Lee. You're going to pitch to Lee almost no matter what, because you're not going to get a double play with second and third.
Marmol has struck out 40, allowed only 12 hits in 28 innings. Lance Berkman, 3-2 count, 1 down. The delivery by Marmol. Breaking ball, got him. Home plate umpire makes the call. Ed Hickox. He gets the K, 3 in a row now against Berkman.
Well, Every one of these pitches had tremendous movement. He tries to throw a slider, overthrows it, then he throws it, comes into him. Berkman really wanting to drive the ball, sees ball low and wants to go after it. Then Marmol overthrowing a bunch of pitches, and now a slider inside, way inside. Hickok called it a swing.
Yes.
Berkman still doesn't think he did it.
I'm not sure the home plate umpire should make this call in this game-critical situation. You've got to get some help here. It's still borderline. Now it looks like he did swing and he went past the plate. But that's when I asked the third base umpire.
Ooh, look out! Way inside as he decked Carlos Lee.
Well, second one today, and that's a message saying you can't protect the outside part of the plate. You can't dive out there.
Got a feeling these 18 games this year are going to be a little bit fun.
Yeah, there's going to be some conversation on the Houston pitching staff about protecting our hitters. Ted Lilly came inside to Lee. Now Marmol loses one up and into Lee.
And Soto did shift away, even though the pitch went up and in.
2-0 delivery, breaking ball, had him leaning away, but he missed up high with it. Lee is 2 for 7, lifetime off Carlos Marmol. We are in the bottom half of the 8th inning here in Houston. A 5-2 Cubs lead. So there are 2 in scoring position with 2 down for Lee. He's had 2 singles and an RBI in the ballgame. He will take the breaking ball for a strike, 3-1.
Well, 3-0, you don't want him to beat you. I think the ball that was up and in did not have a purpose. I think it was just over.
Flash today. This has been Genesis Today. Genesis, never settle.
Continues in theaters. Indy is back, but on the court, the quest for the NBA championship is now.
Get on!
Fearless rivals clash.
Put your hands down, you're embarrassing us.
Prepare to be amazed.
Faster! Move!
Indiana Jones in theaters May 22nd. The NBA Eastern Conference Finals now playing on ESPN and ABC.
DirecTV is doing very well in customer satisfaction. What do we do?
I learned this in business school when I read about business school in a book. We can't improve our service, but we can improve the price. We can make it higher.
You know what? That's not a bad idea.
We'll get the people with disposable income, and they can dispose of it to us.
And they don't watch TV. They're workaholics.
They wouldn't know HD if they'd sat in their lap and called them mama.
Get more TV for your money. Call 1-800-DIRECTV.
1-1 delivery on the way. Takes that one in the air, left center field. Got all of it. Bourne going back, wanting track wall up. And that ball is in fair territory. Here comes Soto. Relay throw, Miguel Tejada. And inside the park, home run. And we go back to live action 9th inning. That new single, Not in My Time, by the band, Three Doors Down, from their self-titled album, being released on Tuesday. 5-2 ball game, 9th inning, lead down to third, underneath the glove of Wigginton and into the corner. Fair ball. Derek Lee is on his way to second, thinking about 3. He'll hold up. And he, I think, will be credited with a 2-bagger on that one. He had a single and an RBI in the 7th inning. Starts out the 9th with 1 down the line.
First pitch of the inning looks like it surprises Ty down there at third. Remember, he got plugged in the ribs a few days back in the lineup. Eric Lee, nice swing right there, keeps the ball fair, but that one looked like it surprised him a little bit. Instead of getting down a little farther with the back and the tailgate, he had to take a stab at it.
Lee will get a double on that. 13 hits now for the Cubs in the ball game. Derek Lee's got a dozen 2-baggers and a leadoff double to boot here in the 9th inning. Ramirez 2 singles, 2 for 4. He has scored a run in the game. Terrio's got an RBI. Lee's got an RBI. Giovanni Soto, the inside the park home run, good for 3 RBIs. Those are the 5 for the Cubs in the game. That will be taken outside. Bourne has picked up an RBI for Houston. Carlos Lee with the other one. Houston's had their chances, especially in that 8th inning. They got the first 2 on and could not get either of them home. 1 ball, 1 strike count on Ramirez, now batting at .280. Pitch is going to miss outside.
That's the second fastball in a row that Borkowski's throwing to the outside part of the plate. Now, man on second, nobody out. Aramis Ramirez's job is give me a shot to right field here. Hit me a hard ground ball to second base. Advance Derek Lee over. They're pitching into what he wants to do to execute his situational at bat.
He is 4 for 10 off the right-hander. Got a breaking ball. Loops that one out into left field. Way back and goodbye. Home run. A 2 RBI shot by Aramis Ramirez. And the Cubs have a 7-2 lead.
For me, that little ground ball to second to advance the runner is so overrated anyways. I think the 2-run homer is a much better way to go.
One of the disciplines, though, of taking that approach of hitting the fastball the opposite way to get the runner over, it keeps you on a slow curveball at 73. So he's staying back to drive the ball to right field, gets fooled, and still has enough left to hit the home run to left field.
7 home runs on the year for Lee. He's had a big night, a 3-hit night, 2 runs scored, and 2 RBIs. So Ramirez with the 14th hit for the Cubs in the game, a 7-2 lead. That one bounced out in front that time. Fukudomi's had a couple of hits, a walk and a run scored. He tagged that one underneath the portico and back into the aisleway behind the Crawford seats out there in left field. Foul back, 1-2.
Orel, you said it earlier, the soft belly of all major league teams is middle relief, and the Cubs' patience at the plate, their offensive attack got Brian Moeller, the Astros starter, out of the game early, got into the bullpen, and they've kind of worn them down, taken advantage of opportunities, and tacked on additional runs.
That'll be foul back. Burdick worked a strong inning. Nieve came on, though, and in 1 inning was charged with a run on 3 hits. Wesley Wright, he got charged in a third of an inning with a run on a hit. Now Borkowski's going to give up a couple of runs here, so the pen has not gotten it done for the Astros in this ball game. Fukudomi waiting hard to short. Miguel Tejada. He's got him one away. Don't forget, coming up next, baseball tonight will be along here as soon as our ball game is completed, 10 o'clock. And, of course, a no-hitter thrown by John Lester of Boston. Coverage on that. Hopefully an interview with John and a great story tonight there. And other games going on this Monday night, as well as a recap of this one. Giovanni Soto, the inside the park home run. His hit in 4 times up. Takes a strike on the inside corner.
Kind of anxious to see if John Lester got his fastball down to the zone. He throws so many high fastballs. If you think he could get that leverage to get the ball down, he could be so effective. Anxious to see if he was able to do it tonight.
1 ball, 1 strikeout on Soto.
Some of the highlights we got to watch looked like he's throwing a lot of cutters inside to righties, and they were the proper height. So.
Here's the 1-1 delivery. A victory here tonight by the Cubs would even up their road record at 9-9, and Houston came in with an 11-6 mark here at home. And obviously the Cubs now will get some road games in. They want to see how they play. If they continue to play like this on the road, it'll look a lot like the friendly confines. 1 ball, 2 strikeout. Fukudomi, that one is taken for a strike by Soto. So he is out of there. Fukudomi grounded out. Soto gets called on the 3rd strike, 2 down.
You give up the bomb, but maybe you can make a quality pitch. Outer half fastball locks him up. 1-2, 90 miles an hour. Location, location, location.
Here is Jim Edmonds. Edmonds with a single and 4 times up in the ball game. And that is going to be taken for a strike. Astros are going to get one more shot at it, but a whole different look than what they had in that last half inning with the 2 RBI homer picked up here by Ramirez. Edmonds to center field. Bourne meanders over, and he's got it. 2 runs in, 2 hits, no errors, and nobody left on. Aramis Ramirez with the 2 RBI homer has made it 7-2. Bottom of the 9th. Connor.
The Indianapolis 500. Coverage begins Sunday at noon Eastern on ABC.
Who could that be? Oh, wow. I'm there for you, buddy. That was Brad. He really wants to vent.
We should go.
Ready to vent. Let's vent. Let's vent.
Let's vent. Introducing the vented wide mouth can from Coors Light. It lets in air for a smooth, refreshing pour.
Is he okay?
I think we'll be venting a little longer.
Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
The winner of Europe's SUV of the year with 200 turbocharged horses. You done? The all-new Volkswagen Tiguan. But Europe's SUV of the year? You're so compact, you're practically my size.
Europeans are crazy.
Technically, I'm European.
Exactly.
Woo! Wait, I had a clever comeback.
This caramel mocha Java chiller is so good.
I love this mocha Java chiller. I don't know why, I just feel a little like, ah!
I actually think it's the shot of real espresso in there.
What?
Yeah, these have shots of real espresso.
No, they don't. Look, it looks like a shake.
Yeah, it's caffeine.
I didn't even notice.
Well, I do.
Java Chillers at Sonic. A shot of premium roast espresso and vanilla soft serve blended into an indulgent frozen treat. Grab one tonight because Sonic's open till midnight or later and is even sweeter after dark.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent.
The Cubs are 3 outs away from wrapping up game 1 of this 3-game set in Houston. They've got the 7-2 lead as we go to the bottom of the 9th inning, and Bob Howry will come out of the bullpen to work for him.
Well, he has not been effective in the strike zone yet. You can see the league is hitting .348. Only 4 walks in those 20 innings. 2 of those are intentional. So the command has been there, but the location has been off. The strikes as far as command, but the location in the strike zone has not been there.
Cubs are looking for their 28th win. And it will be the middle of the order here, and Hunter Pence to start, then Wigginton and Brad Ausmus at the bottom. Well, they don't want to turn it over again. We'll try and get it done right here. Hunter Pence has had an 0 for 3, his 16-game hit streak in danger of ending. Jim Edmonds, with the great catch in the ball game in center, denied him an extra base hit in the 4th inning. And we've seen Lance Berkman's 17-game hit streak probably has come to an end, as he's already had an 0 for 4 and is not likely to get back to the plate here in this ball game. So Chicago pitching has been the story, as well as their 7-run 14-hit attack. That is taken down low and a 1-ball 1-strike count.
Well, the Astros were red hot coming in, especially these 2 batters right here. Berkman, there has not been anybody as hot in the last 40 years.
Pitching has taken care of them so far in this game. Pence hitting at .284, 1-1 delivery to him. He'll put that one up in the air and deep. It'll be playable. And hauled in. We're going to check in with Carl Ravitch. Carl.
Hi, Gary. Thank you. History tonight, John Lester. He throws a no-hitter. And now the Red Sox are throwing the last 2, along with Clay Buchholz last season. Orestes Estrada, John Kruk joined me to talk about Lester, where he's been, and the other impressive record that was set tonight. Back to you.
And Orestes can talk about pitching, and now you throw a no-hitter. The expert on pitching back there, right? Oh, maybe not. Never mind. Wigginton coming up. Ty Wigginton with a double, 1 for 3 in the ball game, and a run scored. Swung on and missed. Orel and I do know one thing, though. If we're ever after rice and beans,
well,
we know the man to go to.
We know the man that can pick the restaurant for that. We had a great time down in Puerto Rico with Orestes at the World Baseball Classic. That's coming up next year.
we're going to go back there.
I hope we get a sign to be with him.
Okay, now wait a minute.
I'll pay to go.
Now, wait, I was in Puerto Rico with you guys, and I never went with Orestes to go get rice and beans. So wait a minute here.
Look,
where was I?
You were going to bed. You insisted on going to bed at night. You can't have rice and beans when you go to bed.
That's just not right. You guys are going out to
studying all the numbers that you go over. I just have to watch the game.
I was color coordinating my score sheet.
Yeah, I tell you what. I watch the game. I get to analyze it. You get to study all the GM stuff and all the numbers.
There's something not right about this.
Orestes will wake you in the morning when he comes in so you can get up and go to work.
Some of us have our strengths and some of us have our weaknesses.
Just ask me.
Let me
say no, okay? But at least ask me to go to dinner with you, please.
2-ball, 1 strike count.
I mean, before we get to the last out, though, Gary, we have to congratulate the Silver Fox on his 45th birthday yesterday. We have to congratulate him on his 18th wedding anniversary today.
More so his wife.
And you are here, and your wife is at home, and that's why you're still happily married.
Happy anniversary, honey. It's 18 years for me, 126 for a year. For her.
Why 126
the dog
for her?
years. It's been dog years every year.
To live with the dog.
It's been tough.
That's wonderful.
It's been tough on her.
Birthday one, you got married the day after your birthday. That's good. I like that.
Smart.
Congratulations.
Never forget the anniversary.
What a birthday present.
Yeah. Time now for our Pepsi Clutch Performer of the Game. And no, we're not talking about Steve Phillips, despite having 18 years. It's Giovanni Soto, the 3-run inside the park home run. A big blow that came in the 4th inning and put them on top by a distance to stay. 2 down. Bottom half of the 9th inning. Brad Osmus. And that's going to be popped up. That'll be outside of first base.
We didn't have time to light the candles.
That is sweet.
It might actually set off the fire extinguishers if you light the candles.
Wow, look at this.
That's a very nice cake.
Come in here. Happy birthday.
Very well done, huh?
On baseball tonight, you got a cake also, didn't you?
I did get a cake.
A little of that. You got to.
I can have a little.
There you go. That's what we like.
Wow.
Good stuff.
That's pretty good, actually.
Is it good?
Yeah, that's pretty good.
That's why we want
Let's get this game over with then.
That's really good.
Osmus will take a pitch outside. 2 down, bottom of the 9th inning. The Cubs on top by a score of 7-2. Cub fans continuing to make some noise. Howry trying to finish it off. 7-14-0 for the Cubs. 2-7-0 for the Astros. Victory here by Houston will even up the series at 2-2 on the year. Howry's pitch down the line in right towards the seats, and that will be a foul ball. It'll stay at a ball and 2 strikes. Good performance all around here. The bullpens have made a difference tonight for the Cubs. If they finish off here, it'll be 3 2/3 without a run. The Stros 3 1/3 innings pitched and 4 runs off the bullpen in tonight's ball game. Lilly would get the win, 5-4. Brian Moeller would be the loser, 1-1. Foul back into the screen. It'll stay a 1-ball, 2-strike count.
Well, coming into the game, 2 hot offenses, but the Cubs had their number 2 starter taking the hill. At least in the lineup, you go Zambrano, Lilly, and then probably Dempster. Dempster's statistics so far have been like he's the number 2 starter, and then a guy getting another spot start on Houston's side, and it turned out that those starters in the bullpen came through for the Cubs.
1-ball, 2-strike pitch, swung on and missed, and that's the ball game. The Cubs have defeated the Astros by a score of 7-2 in game 1 of their 3-game set, and impressive in doing it. Don't forget, coming up next, baseball tonight, the story of that no-hitter that took place at Fenway Park in Boston. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. Thank all of you for being with us, everybody. For Steve Phillips, Orel Hershiser, all of our great crew, I'm Gary Thorne. Again, our final here in Houston, the Cubs on top by a score of 7-2. Lots more baseball going on. Time to get you updated on that right now.
Fiasco waits the pitch. Swing and a miss! No-hitter! John Lester has no-hit the Kansas City Royals. He's being picked off the ground by Jason Varitek and mobbed by his teammates. John Lester with a no-hitter as the Red Sox beat Kansas City 7-0.
Right, an emotional night at Fenway Park for the second year in a row, and for the second time in a row, the Red Sox organization is the ones to throw the no-hitter. We got Orestes Estrada here and John Kruk. I'm Carl Ravitch. Welcome to the program. This is Baseball Tonight, and for the second year in a row, we're reminded of just how successful the organization has been in drafting players and then getting them to the majors and having them succeed at that level. John Lester, for those who don't know, survived cancer, lymphoma in 2006. And he has made his way back fully. 2-2 when the night began, and the first couple of innings, he was getting ahead of the hitters. Manny's high-fiving people. Become famous for that. Pena hit one to short. Lugo. And this early in the game, you're not thinking anything but get guys out. That's the third inning.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, you're not anticipating in the third inning a no-hitter.
One of the Royals' pitchers of the future is Luke Hochevar, who got Mike Lowell with the bases loaded to go to second. Mark Russellonic never makes mistakes like that.
No, not usually. Pretty steady second baseman.
It was windy there, but Ortiz and Pedroia would score. Manny stopped at second with 2 men out.
He didn't want to make the third out of third, Carl.
Yes, that's what it is. 5-0, Guillen, Jacoby Ellsbury. Last year, it was another young player, Pedroia, saving a no-hitter for Buchholz. Tonight, it's the young Ellsbury in center field helping preserve a no-hitter. You look at the Royal lineup, and you got it
done with the chips.
Yeah, he was just throwing this. Billy Butler's out. Miguel Olivo swinging, and Mark Teahan. Lester worked fast. He threw with great velocity, and it allowed that 78-mile-an-hour curveball to look incredibly hard to hit.
And you might say it's Kansas City Royals. Personally, they've only been no-hit once before. It's only the second one, and this little young team can swing the bat pretty good.
Yeah, and that one no-hitter was back in '73. Nolan Ryan did it to him. Meantime, Buchholz continues. He gets a ground out there. Zeros on the board into the 7th. Russellonic, who leads the league in hitting, grounds back out to Lester, 1 man down, and the scoreboard tells the story. Red Sox got 5 in the 3rd, 2 more in the 6th, and the Royals have got bagels all across the board. Alex Gordon. Think of the names in this Royal lineup. A few years from now, you won't be able to no-hit. He flies out to Manny and left. The next batter, Jose Guillen, near the top of the league in RBIs. That's where you started to think, wow, that's 95 and it's a 7. There's no tiring.
Yeah, that's when you started thinking he knows what's ahead, and he knows how many outs he needs to get, and he's going to give you everything he has.
Good shot of Buchholz there, who, of course, had the no-hitter last year. Coco Crisp goes to center. Ellsbury takes Manny's place in left. Butler checks out. He got ahead of 20 of the 29 men that he faced. Miguel Olivo never looked comfortable at the plate in this at-bat.
And that's where that fastball that he was popping all over the zone, it makes that curveball so much better.
Mark Teahan, with the wind really blowing in and to right field. Hard to get one deep.
And that pitch, too, right there was a hanging breaking ball, but he threw fastballs up and in right there to Teahan the whole at-bat.
That's right.
You give on that breaking ball, and that's why you don't hit it solid.
Red Sox were very quick in their at-bat in the bottom of the 8th, so right out for the top of the 9th comes Lester. Lugo comes out at short, and they move Cora there.
Go Glover right there.
Mike Lowell with the play. 1 man down. Next batter, David DeJesus on the ground. Euclid at first. Does it himself.
That's another pretty good glove right there.
Alberto Callaspo is the last man standing between Lester and a no-hitter. And he gets him chasing a 96-mile-an-hour fastball.
That's a way to finish it off. 96 up in the zone, striking out the guy to end the no-hitter.
86 strikes, 130 pitches in the game. And for the native of Washington, getting the ball from the catcher, Jason Varitek, who's been behind the plate for 4 of these now. Get an appreciation for the relationship that Terry Francona has with John Lester. Francona said after the game he literally saw his son graduate from college yesterday and felt like he watched another son pitch a no-hitter tonight. We'll hear from the manager in just a bit, as well as the pitchers. The Red Sox win it 7-0 over the Kansas City Royals behind John Lester's no-hitter. It is the Red Sox 18th no-hitter in franchise history. Only the Dodgers with 20 have more. Hi, boys and girls. Little John Lester history lesson. He won his first Major League start July 23, 2007, after his return from lymphoma. His dad and mom were in the stands, diagnosed with lymphoma in 2006. He then was the man on the mound in Game 4 of the World Series against the Rockies. He started it, and he won it for him. And then, of course, tonight, the culmination, as he said, arguably the greatest night, at least professionally, in his life. The 18th in the history of the Red Sox organization. The last couple of no-hitters for the Red Sox. Lester, followed by Buchholz, Derek Lowe, and Hideo Nomo. Nell Parnell was the last lefty to do it for Boston, the second time a no-hitter in consecutive seasons at Fenway Park. They did it back in 16 and 17, and the first team to have the last two no-hitters in the majors since the 74-75 Angels. Both of those were thrown by Nolan Ryan. The last time the Royals were no-hit was by Nolan Ryan. Here's your flashback to the Red Sox last no-no. Clay Buchholz had a very interesting perspective on this when he was sitting there watching. This was in September of 2007.
It's not like he could go over to John Lester and give him advice. I could just stay away from him.
Get to a point, nobody talks to you. Those are the rules. Since 1993, Buchholz did it, of course, against the Orioles. The Devil Rays were Derek Lowe's victims, and Hideo Nomo. People forget about the four that Veritek caught. They forget that one for Nomo in 01 against the Orioles. That's sort of an emotional night, a special night for sure, and again, further sort of, I guess, validation for what the Red Sox did in keeping Lester, because this is what they saw in him. Not that the no-hitter actually validates that decision. We'll get your perspective on the cancer comeback, but what you saw from a guy who was throwing 96 on his last pitch.
Well, you know, firstly, I mean, this is such a feel-good story. You got to admit it. I mean, there's so many already this year with Doug Davis, you know, battling cancer. Josh Hamilton still is a feel-good story about his comeback and his travails in his life. So, but this one, you know, no doubt is huge because of the fact that he accomplishes this almost incredible feat to throw a no-hitter. What I saw is something that he hadn't been doing, really, to be honest with you. He was 2-2 with 33 punch-outs. 29 walks. Why? Because he wasn't being aggressive and getting out in front with that fastball, something that Cliff Lee, who struggled with Cleveland last year, started doing this year and has really shown what he can do. Heavy with the fastball, up, in, away. Then you got the good breaking pitch. Then you throw that changeup because he's got a devastating changeup. And this kid tonight showed what he can do with that arm. Unbelievable and impressive, too. Another thing that I found interesting, he had yet to throw a complete game. How apropos, his first complete game in the major leagues comes on a 96-mile-an-hour fastball, no hitter.
130 pitches for him, again, to their credit, too. I mean, last year, Pedroia makes the play, Ellsbury tonight. They have a really good defense, which is a great safety net for a pitcher. And how much credit do you give to a catcher who's now caught 4 of these?
Well, Jason Veritek's a special one. And when you catch 4 no-hitters, a lot of it's luck, a lot of it's preparation. And Jason Veritek, you talk to people around Boston, that Jason Veritek prepares more than anyone in baseball as far as how he wants to work a team that particular night. But they said also what he does, he works with the pitcher, what he has that night. He might not, some pitchers might not have the great fastball. Hey, let me tell you something. You're throwing 94 to 96 from the 7th inning on. Here it is, baby. Here's number 1. You guys hit it. You hit it. Jason Veritek kept calling the pitches. You saw him in one strikeout in the 9th inning. He said, I want to break a ball, and I want it down on the ditch. And that's exactly where Lester threw it, down. They follow him to a tee, and here's what happens. They pitch well.
Had back pain back in the summer of 2006. Earlier in the month, I think it was August, he had been in a car accident. They thought it was because of that he had the back pain. It turned out that he had lymphoma. And, of course, had to go through all sorts of chemo and radiation and is now back with his no-hitter. So what's the message for those that have to deal not only with cancer but any sort of setback in their life to see this and what you went through?
Well, it gives you hope. And, you know, when you watch this, you know, you mentioned the greatest night of his professional life. The greatest night in his life is going to be when the doctors finally say, you are cancer-free, you're safe, you don't have to worry about it anymore. That's going to be the greatest night of his life. But what this does for other cancer patients, Carl, now it brings to the forefront the importance of getting treatment, the importance of getting help, the importance of doing and research on how to cure cancer. John Lester just brought this all back right now to the forefront as far as it goes. And when you can do it through sports, you can do it through your job like he did, it sends a bigger message than writing a check to any cancer society or anything, because now people are going to be aware. And like I said, it gives you hope. It gives you hope that you can find a cure, and it gives you hope you can be a productive person after the cure. John Lester's a perfect example. Congratulations.
And you had testicular cancer. He had lymphoma. You think about the bigger picture as far as where it means the organization is, and I think you brought it up on SportsCenter. When you talk about the Yankees who held on to Kennedy and Hughes, and the Red Sox who wouldn't deal Lester, they wouldn't deal Ellsbury, these are decisions that sometimes look brilliant on a night like this and sometimes can look poor when your pitchers can't do a good job.
Well, it does, and you got to hand it to Theo Epstein, and I think you also got to, you know, the Yankees have done a fine job of recreating themselves and drafting and developing, but these kids haven't developed as quickly as the Papelbons and the Lesters of the world. And you mentioned Pedroia and Ellsbury, guys that helped these guys throw no-hitters and Buchholz. So a very, you know, you got to take your hat off to what the Boston Red Sox have been able to do, not only in drafting, but developing these kids.
They've been fabulous. We'll hear from John Lester on Baseball Tonight, as well as the manager of the Red Sox, Terry Francona, who now has had a chance to sit and watch a couple of these in a Boston uniform. Baseball Tonight comes back. We look back at the final pitch, 96, and just where Jason Varitek set up for us. A no-hitter for the Red Sox. The rest of those games as we work towards SportsCenter at the top of the hour. 20 more minutes to go here on Baseball Tonight.
How do you want to see the game? You want to be closer? Well, this is no ordinary ticket. This is your ticket to baseball heaven in high definition. Sharp Aqua's the official HD TV of Major League Baseball. And with a blazing 4-millisecond response time and a super fast refresh rate, there isn't a shot in the hole or a screamer down the line that won't singe the hair in your nostrils. It will change your baseball-loving life.
Aqua's LCD TV. Change your TV, change your life. Sharp.
Let's go to the park. I wanna kiss you underneath the stars.
My friends are my family. That's why I make sure they get home safely.
Please drink responsibly. It was the most romantic night of their lives. It became one of the most horrifying crimes
911, what's your emergency?
ever committed. The Strangers. Rated R. Starts May 30th.
Farmers Help Point. Sanity makes a comeback.
Most no-hitters since 1993, the Boston Red Sox. John Lester becomes the 18th member of the franchise to throw one. And he, along with his manager, just ecstatic about the long road back that allowed Lester to be on the mound and get that embrace.
It's something that I'll remember forever. You know, a lot of excitement. You know, I think I had more adrenaline going in the ninth inning than I did in the first inning, which, you know, I guess is normal for that situation. But it was great. You know, the fans were great. They're on their feet yelling and screaming, and it was probably one of the loudest times I've heard Fenway when I've been out there pitching.
You know, this probably isn't fair to say, but I mean, I feel like my son graduated, and then my son threw a no-hitter. I mean, just, you know, it couldn't happen to a better kid. And that's probably selfish on my part to even say something like that, but I think it's obvious how we feel about this kid.
He, of course, was mentioned in all sorts of off-season trade rumors. Lester was as part of a package. There was another package that involved Ellsbury, neither of which came to fruition. So, again, the Dodgers that have 20. Derek Lowe, of course, did it with the Red Sox. He's now a member of the Dodgers. And the Chicago White Sox, Mark Burley. 3 of the last 4 no-hitters in baseball have been thrown by 25-year-olds or younger. Burley was actually 28 when he threw his. Let's get to some other action on the field. The Cubs and the Astros. The fan favorite there is, well, it's both of them. It's Lance Berkman and El Caballo. But right now, Lance is a little warmer.
Yeah, they love him a lot.
They do. Berkman on the ground. Fuku out. All right, Berkman flashing some leather as Fukudome comes up and hits one to first. That's bringing it to the field. That's bringing the leather and the bat to the field.
You know, and he's played left field, right field, even center field. He's a incredible, very talented first baseman. I think he's so happy that that's where he plays every day now.
Berkman with just a delicious backhand stop. Sorry, down the first baseline. Look at Lance go!
Man, they have El Caballo and they have El Puma.
Hey, I tell you, you hit 400, you get a little extra juice in that step, don't you?
Swinging a Giovanni Soto drive. Careful, watch where this hits. Off that wall, and it bounced towards right field.
Is Giovanni going to get a triple?
Yeah, I think he's going to just hang out at third, don't you think?
Get down! What? He ignored the signals. They give it an inside-the-park home run, the first since Joe Mauer last year. The ball actually hit on the right side of the yellow line, which would indicate it's a home run. If it didn't, it would have bounced the other way. It should have been called a home run to begin with.
We've seen that already the last couple days.
Yeah. In fact, last night at Yankee Stadium, the umpire admitted he was wrong about it.
Emphatically.
3-0 Cubs. Soto's chuckling as Mr. Cooper out there. Yeah, I was hustling the whole way down the line. A couple years ago in the division series, we saw that with Brad Ausmus in the same building. Miguel Tejada, double down the left field line.
How good's he been for this team with everything he's gone through off the field?
And Lilly never even looked at Tejada, who stole third. Berkman struck out.
He got a new life in them legs, too.
Oh, look out. El Caballo is dusted.
He got dusted a couple times in this game. I don't know what the story is with him and the Cubs, but he got Marmol dusted him in the 8th inning.
Tejada would score. Astros trying to come back down just a couple. Same inning, Hunter Pence. Executive of the year is Jim Henry. He goes out and gets Jim Edmonds to make catches like that.
How about that? Still couldn't do it. Almost up the hill, back to the home plate.
It's not easy to do. It's just not easy.
No. That'd have been a triple. If I was out there.
Let's go back to 6. Edmonds, wearing a different uniform, made that catch as he climbed the hill.
Yeah, that one was much more difficult because he had to climb the hill, and look at him have to keep an eye over his head and make that play. By the way, Hunter Pence was not real happy. He stopped a 16-game hitting streak. He went 0 for 4.
Lance, not good. 0 for 4, 3 Ks. Cubs win it by a score of 7-2 to improve to 28-17. Their lead over the Astros is now 3.5 games. The Cardinals are in between them. So Chicago, a very effective outing from Ted Lilly, who gave you just 2 earned runs in 5 1/3. Your ticket to every single baseball game is Baseball Tonight. Ryan Ludwig, left field. Jerry Hairston, feet on the ground. Homer Ludwig assist, though. Hairston.
That's what it looks like, Crook. It looks like the guy in the dark shirt kind of pushes his glove. He should have made the catch.
Yeah, I think he boxed it.
I think he boxed it, bro.
He bangs the wall.
I mean, we'll blame the guy, the fan. He boxed it.
Could have been a little fan interference.
Got Frank going.
That hurt. That hurt big, actually. That's big as the A's go up over the Rays. 3-0. We're going to get newsy. We'll be interactive, too. Wait till you hear what Matthew Berry, our fantasy expert, had to say about John Lester and his start tonight, a couple of days ago. I'll give you a crystal ball. We'll be right back on Baseball Tonight.
Legend says whoever returns the skull will be given control over its power.
What's he gonna do now?
Come on, genius.
Indiana Jones, rated PG-13, this Thursday.
The round is so online.
So online?
Let's go out tonight. You bring the sunshine, make me feel alright. I'll pour my heart out while I toast our health. If I got friends, I don't need anyone else. If I ain't got you, then I ain't got
With over 1 billion movies delivered so far, it's movie time. Netflix.
Prepare yourself for an event so big, we couldn't fit it inside. Nissan's tent event. Get the best deals now on stylish sedans, powerful trucks, and durable SUVs. Get $1,500 Nissan cash back on Sentra and $199 a month for the 5-star safety-rated Altima. Your new Nissan will last and last, but event savings won't. Tents come down June 2nd.
Hurry in now for Toyota's banner sales event with great deals on a huge selection of Toyotas, like the rugged 2008 Tacoma. Lease one now for just $249 a month. Or drive away in the 2008 Motor Trend Truck of the Year, the Toyota Tundra. Get one with 0% APR for 60 months. Or get $3,000 cash back. The banner sales event ends soon, so hurry into your Toyota dealer today.
Kids, one of the easiest ways to save energy is with your thermostat. So, show me what you've done. Ethan?
Turn the thermostat down in the winter and up in the summer.
Good.
Or you can use a programmable thermostat to adjust the temperature automatically when you're awake or asleep.
Just set it and forget it.
Visit MidAmericanEnergy.com/EE for more ways to save some green.
Mid-American Energy.
Matthew Berry here from ESPN.com Fantasy. Time now for two start pitchers. Guys going twice next week include John Lester. You know, he's at home to Kansas City Royals, one of the lowest scoring teams on the road. I don't like their chances at Fenway.
You just can't pay Berry enough.
Powerball number, Berry, Powerball.
You can email him, Matthew.berry@ESPN.com if you want anything predicted. He will nail it for you. There's your last 5 no-hitters. I mentioned the ages of these guys. Only Burley was over 25. Verlander at 24 and 112 days. Anibal Sanchez, who was a member of the Red Sox organization before he was traded to Florida with Hanley Ramirez for Josh Beckett and Mike Lowell.
They had to get rid of Beckett. He hadn't thrown a no-hitter.
Time to move Beckett. Good call. Phillies? Yes. It's the Nats. Ryan Howard comes into the game, sub 200, and not looking good there.
That's 65.
On the old K-meter. Next batter, Pat Burrell. Rips City down the line. The Z-Pack. A diving play. Oh, the cure-all. And look at DeMitos get off.
Look at the ups. Look at the ups on the hook.
Yep.
Yeah, baby.
Nice.
The Nats are up 1-0 on a sac fly here.
Bye.
From the meat hook. This is his game. We're all just trying to play it.
Speaking flat out, Rake.
Christian Guzman. Good read.
I don't understand that play right there. Why Victorino would catch it flat-footed and fade away to throw to second. Get behind that ball, make a throw to home.
This is the Ryan Howard conundrum. He can strike out a lot, and he can do... Oh,
oops.
Rhino thought he might have got one. 0 for 4 with a punchado. Pat Burrell.
In the air to left. Harris is there.
Philly's still down 1-0.
Hey, you watch those two swings, and not to knock Citizens Bank Park, but both those balls they thought were out.
I'll be right.
Either one of them were at the warning track.
This is supposed to be a fairly friendly hitter's park.
Oh, much better than RFK, but still not Citizens.
After a Zimmerman walk on 4 pitches, a little Lastings Millage blooper that finds grass.
Beautiful thing.
If you're Lastings Millage, it is. Lopez and Guzman score. If you're the stick, it hurts. 3-0 Nats. The Z-Pack, the charge, the bare hand. Web Gemini.
Now that is a play right there because he threw out the flying Hawaiian right there from the left side.
Nats win the series opener 4-0. I believe there's a Your Victoria Alba sighting.
Not ours.
It's not
it's
mine.
your beat.
Right. Your Vit.
Did a good job of digging it
for
up.
2.
Running through the side and scoring.
That kind of like, it's like your Miami, your Miami is Miami.
Exactly.
But in the end,
4-3. Your Vit right there. Nailed it. El Capitan, Jason Varitek, who caught that and also went yardo in this game. We'll hear from him next as Baseball Tonight continues tonight. John Lester throws a no-hitter in front of the owners and all the fans.
What if a car could call for help, even if you couldn't? The Chevy Malibu can. It has OnStar automatic crash response. In a crash, built-in sensors can automatically alert OnStar.
This is OnStar. I've got a signal you've been in a crash.
They can get the right help to your exact location, which could help save your life. Of course, not all cars have automatic crash response. Camry and Accord. Shouldn't you drive a car with OnStar? Find one at OnStar.com.
At the end of a long, hot day, grab a beer with a taste as cold as the Rockies. Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Do you want to tell me that one more time?
10 feet tall. 1,500 pounds easy. And green.
Give it everything you got. Take it out.
You have to get as far away from me as you can.
Rated PG-13.
Sports are great for a kid's body. Steroids aren't. They can ruin tendons in legs and arms. Steroids can stunt bone growth and increase the chances of liver cancer, heart attack, and stroke. Steroids don't make great athletes. They destroy them. Talk to your kids. Need help? Get help. Visit drugfree.org.
Legend says whoever returns the crystal skull will control its power.
It's the destroyer of worlds. You will find it.
Come quietly, Dr. Jones.
Get on! It was not made by human hands.
Oh, that can't be good. Indiana Jones, rated PG-13, this Thursday.
Set up outside and have him throw it out there. Jason Varitek gave John Lester a big hug, called a great game, held onto the ball, and then afterwards presented it to him. The captain also went deep in this game, but it was the catching he remembers.
The no-hitters completed. There's nothing really to say. Just let him enjoy the moment. It's his time, his moment, and I'm just fortunate enough to be a part of it. But it's still his moment. I didn't say anything. Besides, later I told him I was proud of him.
I don't like some fatherly, maturity there.
Yeah.
Perspective.
Step back.
When you get old, you have that.
Varitek's caught 4 no-hitters from 4 different pitchers, starting with Nomo through Lowe through Clay Buchholz and John Lester, the first catcher in the modern era to catch 4 no-hitters. Speaking of hitters, let's touch them all here. Clint Parmes shows up for the old Rocks. That almost looked like Ian Kinsler to me.
I would say unless Barnes to Texas,
yeah,
we're dialed into
I think that's Ian.
Definitely Ian Kinsler. That, by the way, is Clint Parmes.
There you go.
Tell you what, how great a year is he having after what he went through his rookie year, falling down the steps, now back and playing well.
El Capitan's first homer at Fenway since last season, his 5th, and he was busy catching a no-hitter. That's how to get him jump-started. Double play pick on Sunday. Aramis Ramirez 0 for Sunday, but here we go.
That wasn't even a cheapie, Crookie. Off the front foot.
Boy, is Josh Hamilton red hot?
How about this? What a trade, huh? 11 jacks, 50. He leads the world in RBIs with 50.
A Hairston-aided Ludwig home run.
I don't ever recall getting one of those.
Really?
No.
I don't think you ever got help.
A cheapie like that?
I know Barry Bonds robbed me of one.
Giovanni Soto not given a home run, but an inside-the-park home run.
That's a crazy stat. Since 2002, 5 catchers have hit inside the park home run.
That's really crazy.
And none of them were John Crook, I'll tell you that.
No, not a catch.
Good left-handed catcher back in the day, bro.
The booth is on fire. Booth bonds. Start your web gem here. Look out.
Look like he got very excited about that.
Okay.
A casual, yeah, just stick the glove out. There it is. Let's go.
There's Ian Kinsler again, this time robbed from Mike Lamb, who one-hops went over there. Michael Kadire, by the way, gets a nice new contract from the Twins, and tonight plays center field.
Didn't he play for the Astros, Lamb? And the Astros have been looking for a third baseman for how many years now? Yeah. Wow, here we go.
Once again,
there's a good one.
There's a Z-Man.
Who's better?
I think Dimitri should have got the web gem for that.
For the stretch? Oh, look at that.
Bounce.
Look at the glove. Check out the glove there with the meat hook. Boom.
Oh, yeah. Cubs beat the Astros 7-2.
All about confidence.
Jim Edmonds helping out here. The Twins, who were prominently featured during this, tied in their game in the 9th inning. A's lead the Rays 3-zip. Nats beat the Phillies by a score of 4-0. Just getting you some scores and some of the highlights we didn't have full highlights of or scores. Rockies up 4-3 in the 7th over the Giants. The Red Sox were winners 7-0. Lester throws the no-hitter.
Big play right here, obviously. That was a hit. Stolen.
It was. 5-15 seconds. The final thought on what Lester accomplished?
Special, and special for what he's gone through. And it's just a great story, and it's just going to continue to grow.
Love it. Feel-good story.
It sure was. Sports Center has much more on Lester. We'll see you at 12, 20 big minutes. Baseball tonight coming up then.
Lester has no-hit the Kansas City Royals.
This is Sports Center.
Game 7 in New Orleans, defending champs leading late. We've got full highlights. Greg Anthony's analysis. It's coming right up. Hey, did you hear the one about how the Celtics feel about being called underdogs? And is LeBron looking to leave Cleveland? Plus, the Stars outshined by the Red Wings. Is Detroit now the finals favorite? Barry Melrose is on line 1. But first, a brilliant night in Boston, a no-hitter on Sports Center. Right out!
Oh, what a catch! Willie Mays, where are you? Smile!
What's good? Welcome to Sports Center. Look who it is. Gil Everett, I'm Scott Van Pelt. Together again, we'll ride.
We will. Two greatest words in sports, right? Game 7.
Correct.
We've got one of those.
Or no-hitter.
And no-hitter trumps Game 7 on this particular night. We go to Fenway Park, and it's John Lester. Kansas City's coming in. They're scoring fewer runs than any team in the American League. But they're going to get a big fat bowl of nothing tonight. To John Lester facing Jose Guillen, top 2. Manny Ramirez the catch, and then that's Manny just being fan-friendly. Top 3, Lester, Tony Pena, Julio Lugo. He was hitless, but he's a hit with that play right there. Got him by that much. Bottom 3rd, Red Sox up 2. Luke Hochevar facing Mike Lowell. Bases loaded, and Lowell's going to pop it up to second base. And, well,
Windy.
Mark Grudzielanek, windy, or, he kind of misremembers how to play it there. Ortiz and Pedroia score. Sox up 4. They'll add one more, so they're up 5-0. That's plenty for Lester. Top 4, he's got the no-hitter going, facing Guillen. Lines the ball to center, Jacoby Ellsbury. Beaver Nation. Now, Ellsbury said it wasn't until after he made this catch that he realized his man on the hill had a no-hitter going. We go 7th inning. First batter, Mark Grudzielanek. He's your American League batting leader. Going to break it up? You're going to break it up right about now? No. Right back to Lester. All zeros, Lester, 8 outs away from the no-hitter. By the way, the last no-hitter in Major League Baseball at Fenway, September 07, Clay Buchholz, who's on the disabled list, so he had a good seat to watch this one. He talked about it afterwards. Alex Gordon flies out to left field. There are 2 outs. And then that brings up Guillen again. Swing and sway like Sammy K. 6 outs away from the no-hitter, and everyone in the dugout's going to stay away from Lester. Lester said afterwards, I don't believe any of that superstition stuff, and he was actually trying to make some conversation. Lester facing Billy Butler, 8th inning. Oh, this was a good game to watch. Next batter, Miguel Olivo. That's your fan. And then Mark Teahan. Coco Crisp is taking over in center field, and that's where that ball will go. Inning over, Lester has a no-hitter through 8 innings. There have been 17 no-hitters in Red Sox history, 4 by lefties. The last left-hander to throw a no-hitter, 1956, Mel Parnell. Here comes John Lester, 24-year-old out of Tacoma, Washington. Second-round pick in the 2002 draft. Give up a leadoff walk, so we got a man on first, and that's Pena. He grounds out to third, 1 out, man still on second. Next batter, David De Jesus. 2-2. He's going down to Kevin Youkilis. Watch Uke after he steps on the base here. Look at the interaction with Lester. None. Tacoma, Washington's John Lester is 1 out away. Facing Alberto Callaspo. Joe Castiglione with the call.
It's the pitch. Swing and a miss. No hitter. John Lester has no hit the Kansas City Royals. He's being picked off the ground by Jason Varitek and mobbed by his teammates. John Lester with a no-hitter as the Red Sox beat Kansas City 7-0.
130 pitches. Jason Varitek catches his 4th no-hitter. He's the only man in the modern era to accomplish that. 4 different pitchers as well for Varitek. 7-0 your final. John Lester, the guy that, reportedly was, dangled to the Twins for the Santana during the offseason. Second time he's faced Kansas City a couple years ago. He one-hit Kansas City, went 8 innings, 1 hit. This time he goes 9 innings, no hits. And the greatest story about John Lester isn't that he threw a no-hitter tonight. John Lester's a cancer survivor. Good on him.
It really hasn't sunk in. Just right now it feels like I pitched and we won the game. I think it's kind of like the World Series. It takes a while for this to set in and give you time to reflect on it. I guess it's one of those things you get to enjoy later.
This probably isn't fair to say, but I feel like my son graduated and then my son threw a no-hitter. It couldn't happen to a better kid. And that's probably selfish on my part to even say something like that, but I think it's obvious how we feel about this kid.
Well, we mentioned it. John Lester's experienced the highest of highs and the lowest of lows over the last 2 years. He was diagnosed with lymphoma in August of 2006. He returned to the majors last July, defeated the Indians in his first game back. Last October, he started Game 4 of the World Series. 5 2/3 scoreless. The Red Sox complete a sweep of the Colorado Rockies. Then on Monday, Lester throws the 18th no-hitter in Red Sox history, and again, the first by a lefty since Mel Parnell did it in 1956. Third straight Red Sox no-hitter to take place at Fenway Park. Before Derek Lowe in 2002, they hadn't had one at Fenway since 1965. Clay Buchholz been the last major leaguer to throw a no-hitter. We mentioned that. The Red Sox are the first team to have the last 2 no-hitters pitched since the Angels in the 1970s, and that was Nolan Ryan, followed by Nolan Ryan. And let's not be also mention Jason Varitek becoming the first player in the history of the modern era to catch 4 no-hitters. Jason Varitek catching Nomo, Lowe, Buchholz, and John Lester. And Jason Varitek talked about how the conditions were very tough at Fenway tonight. Said early there was no moisture in the air. The ball was really hard to get a grip on, and it was tough for both pitchers, and Lester survives. Welcome.
Well done.
Hey.
Well done. Right out of the gates.
I think we may have a final in an NBA game.
Yes, we do. The no-hitter tonight, and as you said off the top of the show, the best 2 words in sports, Game 7. We had one tonight in the, as Rudy T used to say of the Houston Rockets, never underestimate the heart of a champion. Chris Paul and the Hornets trying to knock out the Spurs. San Antonio just 2-4 all-time in Game 7. First quarter, the Spurs trying to set the tone. Chris Paul gets the rip from Tim Duncan, takes it coast to coast, misses, but David West is there to hammer home the rebound. Of course, West left the floor in pain. That hurt his back in the last game. 12 in the first quarter for West, out early. Manu Ginobili to Robert Horry, 37 years old, and he played a big role in this game. Buries the 3. Spurs up 8. Then Tony Parker, the dribble drive, beats Paul to the cup 1, 2, and 3 the hard way. They're up 11 after the free throw. Later in the second, here come the Hornets. After a couple of threes in a row, Paul gets the bucket, but would miss the